Okay, is this on?
Yeah, you're green.
Okay, this meeting of the Utah County Planning Commission is called to order on this August 29th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. We'd like to welcome everyone who's joined us tonight. We're grateful to have, it seems like we've got a lot of public here tonight. A lot of times it's just us up here with a few staff members to hold our meeting, but we're glad to have everyone here tonight. For those in attendance, there is a roll in the back of the door. If you want to speak, it's a requirement to have your name there, and then we'll use that list for those that want to speak to the topic. So make sure you sign the attendance roll back there. The first item of business is to review and approve the minutes from our last meeting. Are there any corrections or amendments to our minutes from last meeting, which was in June, right? So if there's no amendments or corrections, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from our last meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes have been approved. We have on our agenda tonight a couple of conditional use applications. And the first one is Richard Bardauskas for Pacificor. They removed that from the agenda, actually. Yeah, it's been removed for the last month. So the question is, do we have a pledge? And actually, we haven't done that for a few months now. I don't know why. It's been removed from our agenda. So if we want to put it back on, it's up to us. We could put it back on if we want.
Now we're good.
Okay. Since it's not on the agenda, we'll just move on with our conditional use application. And do we have a staff report?
Yes.
Thank you, Bryce.
Let me give you just a quick 30-minute, wow, we're off to a bad start.
If that was quick,
Yeah,
I'm a little
no, 30 seconds. Just quick reminder, a primer on conditional uses. Conditional uses are specific uses that have been deemed allowed or permitted or appropriate in certain zones by previous actions. However, due to their nature, there's the conditional use process provides an added layer of review, so to speak, that allows reasonable conditions of approval to mitigate any reasonably anticipated detrimental effects. So that's kind of the main purpose of your role in this. It's important to note that the state code. It's important to note that state code does not require elimination of those detrimental effects. So in this specific situation, the first application, Section 8.44 of the Utah County Land Use Ordinance identifies certain public facilities as being allowed in all zones, including electric power transmission lines. Now, however, if the transmission line has a transmission voltage of 345 kV or higher, and it lies within a new corridor, then it elevates to a conditional use, which is the situation before you tonight. So that's why this is a conditional use. It should be noted also that I guess to back up, Greg Robinson of our staff will provide kind of a general overview of the application, and then obviously the applicant is present and can give you more details on that, including the process and efforts involved in determining the preferred route. So I know that that might be helpful to know. One matter of note, it's been represented to us that several of you have been contacted in person by members of the public. I think in all situations, you all handled it appropriately. First of all, I apologize for that. We try to head those off. I think the appropriate forum is this meeting or through an email, which we have forwarded to you a number of comments. But there have been several that have been contacted in person at their homes, and they were all handled appropriately. They were referred to this meeting, and the documents were referred to this meeting. So just wanted to get that on the record. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg for a brief overview.
Sure. The applicant, Rocky Mountain Power Pacific Corp, has requested a conditional use, as Bryce indicated, for a 345 kilovolt transmission line that is approximately 48 miles long that goes through multiple jurisdictions, including unincorporated Utah County. Those portions of that are in unincorporated are the only ones that we look at. We do not look at those that are within other jurisdictions. We have only jurisdiction over the portions that are within unincorporated Utah County. The transmission line is anticipated to, as I said, 48 miles long. The corridor is, the request is for a 125-foot wide corridor with monopoles being centered within that corridor. Those monopoles are requested to be 90 to 135 feet in height. The monopoles also have and are proposed to be between 600 and 800 feet between each monopole. Again, as Bryce indicated, in section 8.44 of the Utah County Land Use Ordinance, that is where the requirements for the area and also the ability for that request to be made, or that permitted use, is in the public facilities section of our land use ordinance. In A4, it lists electric power transmission and distribution lines and substations, lines of 345 kilovolts and over within a new transmission corridor require conditional use approval by the Planning Commission. That's why it's before you today. Also in 8.44, it states that no minimum lot area or maximum height for utility line structures, and only requires setbacks to be met for walled or roof structures. As Bryce has indicated, the applicant is here today to discuss their project and their proposed project, and they have more detail than that they can provide. They'll be happy to answer questions and respond to comments if needed. As Bryce also indicated, we have received multiple comments from the public. Most have requested to speak at this meeting, and as you kind of have made them aware that they need to sign up on the sign-up sheet if they wish to do that. So with that, if you have questions for staff, I'm happy to answer those. I'm sure that we'll probably have questions after we hear from the applicant and also public, so I'll kind of let you handle that how you would like.
So the blue line on this map shows the route, and of that, how much is in unincorporated Utah County, or is there a way to
Sure.
all of it? Or
the majority of it is in unincorporated. It's also a combination of both public and private land. So about, if I remember right, somewhere between 45 and 46 miles of the corridor are within unincorporated Utah County.
like 5 out of 48 miles?
Correct. And you can see basically the majority of that is, anyway. It does pass through Spanish Fork. It passes through Mapleton, Eagle Mountain, Genola, Salem, and I believe that's it, if I remember right.
Are you able to highlight on the map which parts of that line are in unincorporated? Or is there places where it's kind of piecemeal, there's a little bit here, or is it mostly just that section
So
off to the
we
side?
can. It's difficult on this map, and also there's not a really good map that we have for doing that. Let's see. So probably the best way to explain it is that this from the Mapleton area there is a small portion which goes through Spanish Fork, and you can see the individual. It's difficult to see on this image, but if you see the boxed areas with the numbers inside those boxes, those are all areas within unincorporated Utah County that they've identified, that Rocky Mountain Power has identified on their map, except for the areas that are in public lands that they haven't included images of those specifically. So the areas that have a box around them generally are either within unincorporated or have portions of unincorporated within those areas.
Are there any places where we overlap, where it's partially us and partially somebody else? And do we have to have any coordination between entities?
There's somewhat, technically, no, we do not have coordination. I mean, Rocky Mountain has coordinated with other jurisdictions through their process. But as far as coordinating with approvals, no. Each jurisdiction is required to follow their own ordinance and their own approval process. And Rocky Mountain Power works with each of those individual jurisdictions to receive what approvals are required.
Is the 345 kilovolt, is that the requirement that requires the conditional use? If it was less than 345, they wouldn't need a conditional use permit?
So there are two conditions of that. One, that it has to be a minimum of 345 kilovolts or greater. And it also has to be outside of an existing corridor. So there are corridors that have existing transmission lines that if they co-located a transmission line within an existing corridor, they would not be required to obtain a conditional use approval.
If it already had a transmission line?
Correct. If there was a existing corridor, then they would not be required to receive that additional conditional use approval.
Okay.
Have the other municipalities given approval for this project?
I can't speak to that. I know that some are not required. Based on their ordinance, they do not have a requirement for a conditional use. It just depends on the specific jurisdiction. The applicant probably is better capable or better able to answer those questions about who has held meetings such as this prior to this meeting.
The zoning, is it several different types of zones?
Correct. Yeah, there are a number of zones, obviously, that it goes through, and I can name all of those if you want, but suffices to say that the 8.44 allows for public facilities to be located in all zones.
But the same conditional
Correct. Yeah.
use requirement.
So there's a specific section that talks about public utilities. In that section, this is a permitted use. However, in that permitted use, it requires approval from the Planning Commission to be obtained.
So maybe just to clarify that a little bit, the difference between a permitted use and a conditional use is
Sure.
conditional uses are allowed in a place. We're not really able to say, no, you can't do this, so much as we're able to put conditions on doing it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's specific state code that governs how a conditional use is to be heard by individual jurisdictions, specifically counties is the section that we would be under. Conditional uses are permitted uses that you can add conditions to mitigate detrimental effects. Those detrimental effects have to be specified, and as Bryce said, those detrimental effects do not have to be totally mitigated. They just have to be mitigated in some way. If a conditional use, or if a measure cannot be mitigated to a sufficient degree, the Planning Commission has the ability to deny that, but that is probably, and I can let our attorney speak to this, but it's extremely rare.
This is Bryce of staff. That would, in that case, the statute says it substantially cannot be mitigated, and you'd have to find specific findings to that effect.
Do we hear from the applicant?
Are there any additional questions for staff?
I just have one. Does the Public Service Commission have any role in this project?
I'll let our attorney speak to that, so.
Yeah, that's a wrinkle in this conditional use permit. Because Rocky Mountain Power is a public utility, they're regulated by the Public Service Commission for the state of Utah, and probably a federal agency, but I have no experience with that. The way the Public Service Commission works is they've oversee public utilities, expansions, extensions, building, basically anything they do, their rates. They're regulated in every sense of the word. And what happens with a case like this is Rocky Mountain Power is supposed to come to us and ask for the conditional use permit. However, if we put any conditions on Rocky Mountain Power, or if we deny the permit, it goes back to the Public Service Commission to make the final decision. If they decide that the condition was not appropriate, they strike it down and we have to issue the permit. If they feel like the condition's a possibility, they order Rocky Mountain Power to prepare an estimated cost, excess cost of the change that you order, that you impose, and the county's required to pay the excess cost. So, for instance, if they have an overhead line, and you were to instruct them with your conditions in your permit that it had to be buried and underground, Rocky Mountain Power would submit a cost estimate to us, and we would have to go to the county commission and ask them if they would pay that additional cost to bury the line. If Utah County says we will not pay that additional cost, then we have to issue the permit without that condition. So this is a strange animal. I don't think you'll ever see another one like this, I hope. But
So if we add turns and movement to the proposed line, that could add cost
yes,
that the county has to pay.
correct.
That's
So-
a cool law. Way to go.
Well, yeah, I suppose just speculating that law has to do with public utilities. You know, no one likes to see sewer lines and roads across property and power lines, but you have to have public utilities to have a community, to have a civilization. And so they've given that commission that kind of power to regulate and also to oversee what we're doing tonight.
Is there any way to know in this meeting what some of those costs might be? Is there any, I mean, I know we're just kind of spitballing, but
That would come from the applicant. They're required to provide us with any what's called excess costs. It's a defined term in the statute that they believe the condition we're imposing will that they will incur. If we just agree to pay it, I suppose they do it. My opinion is anything like that would go up to the Public Service Commission for review and approval.
right.
Just want to add one thing, and I want to stay in my lane, so I'll be corrected here if I need to be. But as I understand it, in part of that review, part of that review looks at whether or not those added costs could be absorbed within the existing utilities fee structure, their rate structure, and if not, then it could potentially elevate to being borne by the local community or local jurisdiction.
So, question, do they present multiple proposed alignments, or do they agree on what they feel is the best alignment and there's no alternatives that we can suggest or review?
So we'll let the applicant probably speak a little more detail to this, but as I understand it, when they were initially recognized, the need to build this line between the two endpoints, there were several proposed alternatives, and those were all studied and went through a robust process that I'll let the applicant speak to. And the applicant came to the conclusion that this was the most desired or feasible or whatever preferred from their point of view.
to follow up with that, the applicant is the one that submitted the application. They determined the route. They're making the request. The county, as far as staff goes, does not get to determine the specific route as part of this process.
But the applicant did come to the county and including our legislative bodies and to get feedback. So the county was involved as far as just kind of looking at, this is for the county, this is a long stretch. And so there's a lot of area to cover. And I think the county responded with kind of general follow corridors where possible or roads and avoid, areas, sensitive areas as much as possible, kind of those general wishes.
Any further questions for staff? Okay, do we have the applicant here? Would like to speak? There we go. Please state your name and so everyone can hear.
Yes, good evening. My name is Rita Ruderman. I'm with Power Engineers. We're a contracting engineering firm that has been working with Rocky Mountain Power on this project over the last couple of years. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, commissioners, for the time this evening. We're grateful for the opportunity to present more information about the Spanish Fork to Mercer project. Sorry, need to get my bearings here a little bit. I've got my notes on here and the presentation's up there. Do I click up there? Do I point there? Oh. Okay, so first an introduction to team members that I have with me here this evening. Again, my name is Rita Ruderman with Power Engineers. We have Richard Bardoskas, he's a project manager with Pacificor. Tammy Moody is the principal regulatory permitting manager at Pacificor. Patricia Peterson is our principal permitting project manager with Pacificor. We have Austin Tripp, transmission right-of-way project manager with Pacificor. And then also from Power Engineers, we have my colleagues, David Gellner, he's a senior environmental planner, and Marley Kapasinskas, an environmental planner with Power. We also have with us from Exponent, Gabor Mesai. He's a doctor and principal scientist with that organization. So first, a few preliminary matters. A lot of this was covered prior to me being up here, but Rocky Mountain Power acknowledges Utah County's 20 listed standards, which the county can consider when making a decision for a conditional use permit in conformance with Chapter 16.94. Rocky Mountain Power conducted a comprehensive transmission line routing study to address these considerations, and our responses are provided in detail in our permit application. Okay, so this slide illustrates the permitting process in Utah County. In addition to the public involvement component of developing this project, which we will go into in detail later in the presentation, the permitting process in Utah County is an important step of the public process to gather comments on the project. That's why we're all here this evening. Okay, this is the next few slides are meant to present an overview of the project. Okay, Rocky Mountain Power proposes to permit, construct, and operate and maintain a new 345 kilovolt or kV transmission line in southern Utah Valley between our existing Spanish Fork and Mercer substations. We'll pull up a map in a moment. Over the course of the last 2 years, we have conducted a study to identify and evaluate a network of alternative routes between these two substations. The purpose of this presentation is to show the preferred route as presented in our permit application with Utah County. Okay, so the project need. The Spanish Fork to Mercer line is needed to improve reliability and efficiency, increase capacity and flexibility, and support additional energy sources to be added to the system, including renewable energy generation. The Spanish Fork to Mercer line will provide these important system improvements to all customers in the southern Utah Valley area. This is a map of the proposed route. We made the graphic a little bit easier to view. Over the course of the last 2 years, Rocky Mountain Power has evaluated several possible routes. And by several, I mean it was several hundred miles over the course of 2 years. We even looked at a route that went under Utah Lake. So the study was involved, took a lot of time and a lot of data gathering. But we evaluated several possible routes to get from Spanish Fork to Mercer. After a detailed routing study that involved data evaluation, stakeholder engagement, numerous site visits, and public open houses in which we received landowner feedback, the proposed route represented on this slide was ultimately revealed to be the best and least impactful route. Examples of alternatives that were explored that we did present at our open houses include one that was north of the proposed route along the Highway 6 corridor, and it proved to be just too physically constrained by existing linear facilities, including the highway, the railroad corridor, and there's a high-pressure gas line, plus the existing homes that come right up against those right-of-ways. And that prevented that route from being a sensible path out of the Spanish Fork substation. Similarly, an alternative route was explored south of the proposed route and was constrained by multiple developments. We all know how much this area has been growing, notably very large developments south of 8,000 South. So this slide is important because it shows the physical characteristics of the transmission line. Again, it's a 345 kilovolt transmission line. They will be steel monopole. The endpoints, again, Spanish Fork and Mercer substation. The approximate length is 48 miles, and this is an important just clarification. 12.9 miles are in unincorporated Utah County. We do need to obtain a permit with the Bureau of Land Management, and we're working with through that process with them. And we're working with other jurisdictions in the area. But 12.9 miles is in unincorporated Utah County of the 48 miles. The height of the monopoles, as mentioned, is 90 to 135 feet. And the span between monopoles is typically 600 to 800 feet, although that can be larger depending on what we're spanning, if it's like a pivot irrigation system. And the right-of-way width that Rocky Mountain Power will be pursuing from landowners is 125 feet, so 62.5 feet on each side of the center line. As we continue, it's important to note that as we continue to work through the design phase, there may be areas such as freeway crossings where the pole types may vary to accommodate the conditions on the ground. So a freeway, they're gonna have to be taller. So what's on this slide that's a typical. Okay, we have some photo simulations that we've done over the course of the last couple of years. This first one is looking toward West Mountain. The panel on the top is the existing conditions, and then the panel on the bottom shows the transmission line. Does this have a laser pointer? Okay, probably not. But you can see the transmission line along West Mountain. It's supposed to be sort of representative of what it would look like from this viewpoint. This next one is looking at Spanish Fork substation from, I believe, Highway 6. And you can see on the top the existing infrastructure, and then on the bottom the, thank you. This would be the new pole, and then the transmission line comes up over the ridge right here. So it is important to note that this is representative, that this alignment has changed a little bit due to our conversations with the Bureau of Land Management. We don't come this far south any longer, but it does show you where the transmission lines would be on the east side of West Mountain from this viewpoint. Okay, so that is a brief public overview, or project overview, my apologies. And I'm going to hand it over now to Tammy Moody to discuss the public involvement portion of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Commissioners, see if I can get settled in here. Is this one the clicker? Okay, perfect. Public outreach and involvement does play a big role in PacifiCorp Rocky Mountain Power's project development process, as it does provide valuable and insightful information. And in addition to our own standards for outreach, this project also followed the compliance requirements for Utah State Code 5418, noting the siting of high voltage power lines and the public outreach requirements that are listed in that code. So to comply with state code, in 2024, PacifiCorp Rocky Mountain Power sent out notices to stakeholders and to landowners that were within the 500-foot study area, noticing 250 feet on each side of the preferred center line. And the mailing lists were based off of county records. So the communication that was sent out to the stakeholders and the landowners included project information, as well as a schedule of the planned open house engagements. Information was also distributed through several media outlets, including the Salt Lake Tribune, the Deseret News, and the Daily Herald. Let's see here. Okay, so the company's outreach efforts actually began back in 2023. That is when briefings with local land use authorities that are listed here took place, and that includes Utah County, Mapleton, Salem, Santaquin, Spanish Fork, Genola, and several other impacted jurisdictions all the way up to Eagle Mountain. We also met with local utility companies, including Central Utah Water Conservancy District, Southern Utah Valley Power Systems, Utah Association of Municipal Power Systems, Utah Municipal Power Agency, and the South Utah Valley Electric Service District. As Rita noted, we also met with the Bureau of Land Management, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Department of Natural Resources, and the Utah Department of Transportation. Knowing that there were also several large-scale developments that were taking place in the area, we met with developers that included Edge Homes, D.R. Horton, and Modera. Since the initial meetings took place, we have actually been through several following meetings with each of these agencies, just meeting with them several times in order to coordinate and to plan and to keep them updated on the progress of the project. We do continue to maintain communication with each of these agencies and will continue to do so throughout the life of the project. Let's see. So this slide shows the outreach with the public. So for members of the public, we actually held a series of 5 public open house meetings. 4 of those open house meetings were in person, and they were placed at various locations along the preferred route. And one of those public open house meetings was a virtual option in order to ensure that even those who could not attend in person still had the opportunity to participate and engage with the project. So these meetings offered an opportunity for public to engage with staff, to address any concerns and talk about any concerns, any suggestions, priorities, and make any comments. At each open house, we had a list of, or a series of display boards that provided an overview of the project, as well as the purpose and need for the project, the factors that go into identifying a route. We also, as noted, had a managing scientist present at the public open house meetings to address any concerns regarding health and safety. We had giant map books where landowners could go and identify their properties and see where it was in proximity to the route. And we had GIS stations where individuals could sit directly with staff zoom in on their property and give more specific information about their property. You know, a lot of times some of the items that they have on their property don't necessarily show in our mapping or our studies. And so that's some really good engagement there as we get, you know, as we go through that process, and they're able to provide some direct comment as it directly relates to their property. As noted, the open houses are very insightful for acquiring additional information and hearing from the public. We learned a lot about where some flood irrigation areas are, where there are some wells, and some existing structures that we were unaware of. There were also some new developments that we had learned about that we had, you know, no records of. So it was very helpful to go through that process. As we took all of that information back and kind of went through it and analyzed it, we actually did end up making some minor adjustments to our route based off of that information that was provided. So this slide right here kind of gives a by the numbers approach regarding our efforts. So earlier in the presentation, we noted that we began this process in 2023 with the siting and routing to further our efforts with transparency and responsible communication to the communities. We requested briefings with elected officials, with city and county staff, just to review the project and make sure that they were aware of what the plans were, and, you know, just kind of coordinate with what they had going on in their areas as well. As noted, since then, we have had numerous meetings with those bodies to date, and will continue to coordinate throughout the progress of the project. If you look at the bottom left here, again, as we said, by the numbers, this shows the number of open houses that we held for this project. We held 5 open houses that included that virtual option. We had 268 participants in the public open house meetings and received 145 comments from those participants. We created a dedicated website for the project with detailed information about the project. It also hosts an interactive map so that anyone can go in and kind of zoom into the route, zoom into their properties, look at their property in proximity with the line. It also has fact sheets noted on it so that there are detailed facts about the project. It also covers, you know, factors that went into the routing process. There are a list of frequently asked questions with responses as well. And then the virtual open house that we held was also placed on the website so that it can be viewed at any time by anybody, and it remains there to this day. We have had over 3,600 visits to the website to date, and we have sent out over 700 mailers with information about the project, and we do continue to work with the community. So this next slide shows kind of what each of those 145 comments centered on. So if you look at the lime green section at the bottom, this represents the most comments that were received, and they mainly were, you know, focused on very route-specific comments and questions. They wanted to know how the project route related to their personal property, how it was selected, why it's here instead of here, what an easement is, what an easement means to a landowner, what they can do with their property when there is an easement. And then if you look at the next largest box, that is the purple box, those were general comments. And that mainly centered on, you know, why is this route needed? What is the purpose for this route? Who is it going to serve? And then, of course, those comments generally landed with whether or not the commenter was in support of the location of the line or not in support of the location of the route. Other comments were based on potential property value impacts, which we do work with landowners on that through the right-of-way and easement process. Agricultural impacts, which again, we also address. In fact, to date, we have actually gone out with a few of the landowners and walked their properties and, you know, tried to help work through some of those agricultural concerns that they had. Inquiries on health and safety potential, which our website does offer information on. There are links to learning more about those. And then, as noted in the virtual open house, we did also have a segment from the managing scientist who offered information about health and safety concerns. There were also comments referring to noise and environmental impacts. And as noted in our application, we do try to ensure that this project meets all health and safety standards as required by federal, state, and local agencies. So let's see. So seeing as how routing questions tended to be the largest comment section that we received, this image breaks it down. So each of these segments on the wheel represents a factor that PacifiCorp, Rocky Mountain Power, has to consider as they are conducting a routing study and making both preliminary and final decisions for routing on a project like this to identify a viable route that poses the least impact on the community, on land uses, and the environment while still meeting specific standards. So these projects involve transmission lines, and they span many miles. So as much as there is an impact, we really do work to try to reduce that impact as much as we are able to. The team also must consider sensitive environmental issues, design requirements for substation engineering and transmission engineering, if there are any needs for any land acquisitions, for land rights, any economic factors, and then, of course, PacifiCorp must also meet and comply with safety and construction-related regulatory requirements, as well as compliance with federal, state, city, and county codes. So as we speak of county codes, I'd like to turn the time back over to Rita to discuss our project and how it aligns with the requirements of Utah County.
Excuse me, Rita. Do you have an idea how long your presentation will?
We have 2 more slides.
2 more slides.
Yeah, they're very brief. So yes, as demonstrated in our application, the proposal does meet all applicable standards listed in Chapter 16.94 for a conditional use application that are intended to mitigate detrimental effects. For example, you know, and probably one of the most important examples is during our routing and siting process, we adjusted many times over the course of the 2 years to avoid impacting natural areas to the extent possible, densely populated areas, and we made an effort to route along existing linear facilities. The plan is supported by policies and specific language in the Utah County General Plan. And then an important note to make this evening is that we are requesting that the Planning Commission approves the conditional use with the extended time frame as allowed by the Utah County Land Use Ordinance, Chapter 16.94G. I believe so in the code, Greg, it's a year to start construction.
Sorry, actually, we just recently changed that. The approval period is 3 years with the ability to request an extension up to 5 years. So there is the ability to ask for an extension beyond the 5 year for the initial 3 years if the Planning Commission can make findings based on the need of the project. But the initial approval will last 3 years, and then an extension would have to be requested that can go up to 5 years.
And is that for project completion or start?
That is for start.
Is that enough? You don't need it. 3 years is fine.
Right, yeah, so yeah, I put down on the staff recommendations that the termination be August 19th, 2028 to meet our current ordinance. And you requested less time than that.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So strike that. We're not asking for additional time. Oops. Okay. So just briefly, this slide, we just want to sort of remind you where we were, where we are, and where we're going. System planning and load growth analyses and feasibility analysis to identify alternative routes in addition to our data collection and field visits and public involvement were conducted in 2022 and 2023. In 2023 and 24, we conducted the analysis of the alternative routes, which has been supported with input from local governments and agencies. We anticipate that permitting will be, that local land use permitting, will be completed in the fall of this year. Federal permitting with the Bureau of Land Management takes a little bit longer. Pre-construction activities will take place between early to mid 2026, at which time we anticipate that construction will begin, and construction will continue through 2026 and 27 with a target completion date in early 2028, around February. Okay, that is the end of our presentation. We're happy to take questions from the commissioners at this time.
What were the detrimental effects that you considered and have included mitigating factors for?
Dave, I don't know if you have that list with you. There's
you mentioned 19 that could.
There's 20.
20, yeah.
Well, one is avoiding impacts to natural areas. Another is avoiding impacts to densely populated areas, which was that's an important one, right? Because we don't, there's areas where we physically can't fit or would, cause too much of an impact in moving existing infrastructure around, which isn't feasible really or appropriate for a project like this. We're looking for more, appropriate areas to route a transmission line, such as along existing infrastructure, linear infrastructure. I
think a lot of the comments that I saw off the top mentioned fire hazard. So what have you guys?
So I'm going to ask Richard to come up, Richard Bardaskas from Pacific Corps, but.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm Richard Bardaskas. I'm working for Rocky Mountain Power Pacific Corp. As far as like fire hazards, typically our transmission lines are built to, are typically higher away from most of your, your fuel sources and all that. It's stuff that we have all over the place, stuff that other utilities have all over the place. We obviously have a huge focus on our wildfire program that's been with the state for the last couple of years, and we keep working with the state going forward and updating those plans and updating our standards to help with that mitigation. But all of our transmission lines are built to wildfire safe standards that's been approved by the state.
Can you talk a little bit about what those are? I mean, what's the difference between what you plan to do and infrastructure failures that do lead to fire hazards?
So, I mean, as far as like the construction, I mean, it's a new construction, new, updated standards. It's more robust. But then also, we've got protection and controls in place that are able to detect a potential fault or a trip, or is able to trip the line. So that way it basically eliminates that, that source of fire. So
you have a high windstorm that comes through, it causes some damage to the power line. As soon as that connection is broken, then your transmission ceases in that area.
Correct.
Do you guys get sent the public comments that we received over the last week? Are there any of those you want to kind of address, some of the main concerns, or just?
Do we want to do that now or provide, or Tammy?
Interesting. Have a public comment period, we can do it then, or if there's anything in particular that you'd like us to address right now.
Yes. Is there anything in particular the commission would like us to address? We don't want to leave any stone uncovered. That.
Boy, there were a lot of comments. I know some of the comments that I saw were saying that they didn't get notified. I know you guys talked about all the outreach that you did. Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have a mailing list that is pulled from county records. It again went to all individuals within the 500-foot study area, which is 250 feet on each side of that preferred route center line. We do have lists of the mailing lists that we could, provide for the commission if you would like to see it. I did have 7 return letters out of everything that was sent back, but none of them were the names that were on the list. But we did match some of the comments that have been received from you guys, and those names and those addresses were on the mailing list. So other than that, I can't explain why they would not have received them. Unless, it says Pacific Corp, Rocky Mountain Power. Sometimes people have their, they have auto pay.
Right.
But I can't really explain why they wouldn't have.
You guys did your outreach, and then as part of our county process, we also did notifications, right? What can we?
Yes, we followed all state law for noticing a public meeting, which this is. In addition, our ordinance requires for conditional uses property notices sent out to adjacent property owners. And so we were a little overzealous.
Along the route.
Yes, we sent out how many? 400 or 500?
Yeah, between 400 and 500.
But for clarity on that, if the alignment lies within a municipality, you don't notify those property owners. Is that correct?
Correct. We only address the unincorporated. Well, if the property owner lies within the city, but they're adjacent to an unincorporated portion that is in the project, we did notify them.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. I don't know what the projected cost of this project is going to be, but obviously you're trying to get power out to Eagle Mountain, and they've got several facilities out there that are a huge power draw with the data centers and stuff like that. Has there been any consideration just to build a power plant out there to service that area?
So this line isn't for any one particular customer or even a group of customers. This is a line that's been needed for existing loads that are in the system and power flows between basically all the northern Utah area. And it's also to be able to bring in generation from southern Utah up through Spanish Fork and down to service Utah County, but also to be able to get that power flow to the Eagle Mountain area and up into lower Salt Lake area, up into our Camp William substation. So it's not for any one individual customer. It's for existing load and basically creating a loop between Salt Lake and Utah counties.
But in your talk and discussion of flexibility and redundancy and stuff like that, wouldn't an additional source of energy be?
So there are additional generation sources that are coming online, and some of them are up in the Eagle Mountain area. I believe one of them is going to be up here on your on the agenda for later. But that project has nothing to do with this one in particular. There's more growth and load coming on in the Utah, northern Utah area, including Utah County, that this line is needed to basically create a loop there. And there's federal requirements on being able to create this loop just with outage requirements. So FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Committee, is basically if we have an outage on one line, we're not able to push enough amps through with the existing line, so we have to have this other line there to be able to. Otherwise, we'll have rolling blackouts and brownouts.
So it has your right-of-way width increased on these type of power lines?
No, for 345 kilovolt lines, our standard is 125 foot on the right-of-way width.
The power transmission line that's over on the east side of Utah Lake, is that a similar voltage?
Yeah. There's several different voltages over there, but yes,
Isn't that one just 120 feet?
I couldn't speak to that off the top of my head.
I believe
sorry.
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 feet is pretty minimal, but when you're talking about somebody's property and impacts, 5 feet can be necessary. So the other question I have, a lot of the comments that we had are around a particular subdivision down in Salem. when you began your notification process, do you know if those lots in particular were actually owned or occupied by homeowners, or were they still under developer contracts?
When we matched up names, so the individuals that were on the north side of Snowy Egret, it does appear like most of them were property owners. They were already in the homes, so I believe those homes were existing in 2023 when we initially started making all of our lists. When things went out in 2024, there were homeowners in ones that we've researched. I mean, obviously some of those there were some addresses that included trusts and maybe last names that matched, but first names didn't match. So ownership could have passed on to a child. We're not sure. We looked at the addresses and we matched that up with the mailing lists that were provided by the county, and those were the addresses that we sent it out to. So the people that were on the north side of Snowy Egret should have received notifications according to the mailing list.
We have information to the contrary, and I can't argue one way or the other. If those homes were not occupied or if homes had not been built, did you notify the home builder?
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Is there any requirements, and maybe this is a legal question for our legal, not that it's a county thing, but if the developer was notified about that, are they required to notify any purchaser of that property of impending projects or anything like this that would impact, that individual in their home?
I couldn't answer that. That would have to be a question for the developer.
I think that's all I've got for now.
Some of the public comments that I saw listed some alternatives that they had explored. Obviously, you guys have explored a lot of different alternatives. Are there any of those alternatives maybe you could speak to as why they weren't chosen, or some of the, I don't know, some of the considerations?
We can go through some of the alternatives that we explored in the area. I don't know if it's going to match up exactly, but it will show the challenges.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have some. Okay, so this is an overview of the route. This map is, I think Greg showed this one as well. It's a little bit busy, but the teal route is the proposed route. If you can see it, commissioners, you can probably see it a little bit better on the screens in front of you, but the green, where did that mouse go? The green and yellow hash that goes north along Highway 6 corridor and then heads west to West Mountain. The orange drops down south to go over West Mountain, and the green stays on the north side. So for folks in the room, this alternative was not deemed feasible due to the constraints on the Highway 6 corridor.
So expand that constraints on the Highway 6 corridor.
Okay, so one of the first things that we look at when we're developing a routing study is we look at existing linear facilities. Is there already a corridor? Is there a road? Is there a highway? Is there somewhere that we can, railroad? Is there somewhere that we can be safely alongside an existing linear facility? The Highway 6 corridor is enticing, right? Because it's a busy highway. There's already infrastructure there where a transmission line would
It's already a mess,
fit in.
so let's keep going.
Yeah. And so we did look closely at that. The constraints in that corridor, however, include the railroad right-of-way, which runs parallel to Highway 6. And there is a high-pressure gas line, I believe, in between the highway and the railroad. So there's not enough physical space between the fences of the homes. You have the fences of the homes, the sidewalk, the railroad, the high-pressure gas line, the highway. There's not enough physical space to put a 345 kV transmission line through there. So that was a challenge of going anywhere north out of Spanish Fork. The pink dash line, more on the south side, coming out of Spanish Fork along the same existing route, but then it follows here along Powerhouse Road, and then kind of drops down in here. This route wasn't deemed feasible because of existing urban infrastructure, so a lot of homes, and then a lot of the larger planned developments. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head right now because my brain, but it starts with like a V right in here. Viridian. We met with them. They were great to talk to, but we physically, again, couldn't fit within their planned development because of the proximity of the homes that had already been approved. These were existing, and then there's a canal that runs through there as well, so we couldn't physically fit the transmission line in there.
How does the canal impact these lines?
Well, is it the Strawberry Canal? Is that what that one is called? The Strawberry Water District, because they have an easement in there as well, and with there's the road, the sidewalk, the canal is in there. We can't fit the transmission line structures over the canal, or
You're talking about along north side of 8,000 South.
No, I'm talking about the one that it looks like a diagonal scar that goes through the Viridian community. It'll be a road.
Oh, you were looking at running it through there.
Yeah, we did. We looked at that very, very hard. I don't know if that's.
But what about down 8,000 South in Salem?
We looked at 8,000 South in Salem. We met with Salem. We met with the canal. The impacts to the existing homes along that road would be pretty severe. We'd have to potentially take out homes, and there would be a loss of a lot of trees in order to get to parallel along 8,000 South. Those homes are older, so they're built, kind of in different areas, a little bit closer to the road. So there wasn't, again, enough physical space for the impact to make sense along 8,000 South.
How wide at the base are these monopoles?
How wide are they?
They'll span from 6 to 10 to 12 feet, depending on what.
6 feet in some cases.
6 to 12.
6 to 12, but 6 in some cases.
Yeah, because they're going to be. Yeah, the straight line structures would be typically a little bit smaller unless there's a taller need for it. But it also depends.
It needs to come to the microphone. Have him come to the microphone.
Sorry.
You were more than 12 feet away from the mic.
Yeah, so the foundation sizes are going to change depending on the soil conditions, what kind of structure's in place, but they can range anywhere from 6 to 12, if not sometimes a little bit bigger, just depending on what the size of the pole is, all the deciding engineering factors.
Okay, thanks.
So I believe on a lot of these canals and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, there's a potential for them to get enclosed and be piped. Has there been any discussion with the water districts to commingle and use that existing easement?
Yeah, so along 8800 South, kind of south of the river bottoms, we did look at that, and we had discussions with them on that. But then there was that constraint, but then there's also the constraint of the existing homes and trees and everything like that along 8800 South through there. That's just one example. And then there's other spots that we've discussed with other water conservancy districts, and they would potentially work with us, but at the same time, there's other constraints that have led us to the decision and the route that has been deemed a buildable line.
On this map right here, the pink areas, what are those? Why are those highlighted?
Those are preliminary. I can't read that part. They're planned development. I'm sorry. I need better glasses. They're planned and proposed development. We wanted to highlight, just how there's a lot going on.
Okay.
So I know a lot of comments ask why these lines aren't being buried.
Okay, I have a slide for that.
Thank you.
Give me a minute on this one. Okay, so Rocky Mountain Power does get asked quite a lot about undergrounding. All utilities do. It makes sense. It's a reasonable question. So undergrounding a transmission line does present multiple challenges in addition to technical and system designs. The impacts to land use, as you can see in these pictures, are pretty severe to build an underground transmission line of this high voltage. You know, they're building a giant trench. The concrete sort of rectangles that you see are, they're basically the size of a one-car garage. They need to be spaced every approximately 1,200 feet in order to allow access for maintenance on the line. When an outage occurs, it's not as easy to find in an underground line, so the time to complete those repairs is serious. You know, if you experience an outage on an overhead transmission line, it can be out, you know, uncomfortably for a few hours, maybe a couple days in a major event. You know, I know not of Rocky Mountain Power because they don't have any lines buried at this voltage, but I do know of other utilities who have had outages on underground lines that have taken, you know, 6-8 months to complete a repair, which is obviously a pretty big impact to the system. The picture that you see on the right of the screen here, this is something that at a 345 kV voltage would be needed at every entry and exit point. So everywhere where you're building, where you're transitioning to underground, you would need one of these, and then everywhere that you pop back up, you would need one of these. And they're basically, you know, it's a substation at that point. It's not just a structure. And then, you know, before we began our presentation, we did talk about the costs. You know, Richard was talking about at a lower voltage, a line that is being undergrounded that's 22,000 feet, 2,000 feet and $7.5 million. To do that, the costs are, you know, when you compare, can be, you know, 15, 20 times as expensive as building it overhead. And those are costs that ultimately are passed on down to the ratepayers. So it's not a feasible solution. It's reasonable that people ask about it, but for a project of this size at this voltage, building them underground isn't feasible or reasonable. Otherwise, you would see it everywhere.
What are the likely scenarios that would lead to the power outage if it was buried like this? I mean, we normally look at things like wind as being a primary cause.
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it's going to be dig-ins or just even cable failures. I mean, not everything we want it to go in and we want it to last forever, but you know that things just tend to fail. And when it's up in the air, you're able to spot it real quickly and be able to go and make that repair. If it's underground and you have a bad splice or a cable fails or something gets in there or someone digs into it, you know, there's that potential. I know we're doing a job right now, you know, in a different area that we've got undergrounded 138 kilovolt. We had a developer dig into the line. It was 20 feet deep. They still dug into it, you know, and that's now a repair that's taking 2 years. So just there are opportunities for things to happen like that. And we don't have any buried transmission lines in the Rocky Mountain Power Service territory that's above 138 kilovolt. So we're you know, operationally, we're not set up to be able to do that. It's a new system and technology to Rocky Mountain Power at that rate, and the costs are wildly prohibitive of doing that. And the impact to us even building the line, where you might have a 6 to 12 foot structure, you know, along a linear structure or a corridor. Now you've got a huge trench that's going to be opened up, you know, as big as a road coming through there, and you're not allowed to put anything on top of it. It's got to be free and clear of anything. It's tough. It's not like your distribution lines that you see buried all over the place. This is significantly different. This would be, you know, without doing a real design on it, you're probably talking 10 8-inch conduits, you know, 3 to 4 4-inch conduits, and several 2-inch conduits, along with 8 by 33 foot vaults every 1,200 feet.
adds up.
Thank you on that. And another concern I've heard is health. What are the health concerns with the large transmission line above?
Yeah, so glad you asked. With us this evening, we have Dr. Gabor Mezai. He is a physician and epidemiologist with over 25 years of experience in research of clinical outcomes in environmental and occupational health issues. He designed, conducted, and evaluated epidemiologic investigations and directed multidisciplinary research programs related to children's health, including childhood leukemia and brain cancer, adult cancers, neurodegenerative diseases, reproductive health outcomes, and occupational injuries and ergonomics. So we have him here with us today. He's a principal scientist with an organization called Exponent, and he's here to address those concerns.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Gabor Mezei. I'm a medical doctor and a PhD in epidemiology, and I'm a principal scientist at Exponent. My office is in Oakland, California, so I was asked to come here to provide answers to these type of questions and answer any other question related to health. So much of my work in the last 26 years was related to conducting and evaluating research related to EMF and potential health effects. Prior to joining Exponent in 2013, for 14 years, I was at the not-for-profit Electric Power Research Institute where I was heading the EMF Health Assessment Research Program. So I'm kind of familiar with this area, but you don't have to take my word for it. So this research it started long before I got involved in this area. So the first study that was looking at the potential health effects of EMF for living near to transmission lines was published in the 1970s. And then since then, thousands of studies were published in this area. And then the studies were basically in three main categories. One is epidemiology studies, and I'm an epidemiologist, so I conducted some of those. And epidemiology is basically looking at disease patterns in human populations. The second big area is, so we are observing basically in epidemiology study people living in their environment or in their work environment and see if that environment causes any adverse health effects. The second big group of studies are animal studies, laboratory animal studies, where scientists can expose laboratory animals to much higher fields that humans would ever be exposed to and see if there is any potential health effects. And then the third group of studies is looking at cells and tissues in laboratory environments, whether they respond to EMF or not. So over the last 50 years or so, thousands of studies were published, and these studies were regularly evaluated by state and international and national health and scientific agencies or government agencies that assemble typically a panel of scientists. It's not just individual scientists who look at all these papers because the vast amount of research requires a group approach. So these agencies typically assemble a group of experts with various expertise, epidemiologists, medical doctors, engineers, laboratory scientists, and so on. And they look at all the literature published to that date, and they evaluate the weaknesses of the studies, look at the strengths of the studies, and then they look at the evidence altogether, the totality of the evidence. So a main point that I highlighted here in the bottom of the screen is that you cannot rely on individual studies or a selected small group of studies, what you like, it shows some outcome. So you have to rely on the totality of the evidence. And this type of reviews were done by a number of as I said, government and scientific agencies in the US, in Canada, internationally, and many countries in Europe. And all of these studies looked at the evidence that were available at that time when they conducted the evaluation. And in short, none of these came to the conclusion that the available evidence confirms the existence of any adverse health effects at the levels that we are exposed to due to the use of or transmission of electricity. And then I had two quotes from the World Health Organization website, and which you can read, and then it says that despite of the feeling of some people that there is more research needed in this area, this area is more researched than many other, so we know more about this exposure than many other chemicals or other exposures. And then the second sentence I highlighted here is that despite of this tremendous amount of research data, the evidence does not confirm any adverse health effects in association with EMF, what we are exposed to from the use or transmission of electricity.
So, Doctor, sorry to interrupt there, but before you move to the next slide, can you talk a little bit about what low-level electromagnetic fields is? Is this, I mean, do we know this is low-level?
Well, yes, and then it actually goes to the next slide. So what typically, so I don't know exactly, I don't want to quote specific numbers, but if we talk about specifically magnetic fields, transmission lines, right under the transmission lines, it could be like tens or maybe hundreds of milligauss value or even I see even okay. So those are the typical values right under the transmission line. So if you and then we have to know that the fields diminish very quickly as you move away from the source. So typically at the edge of right of way it's in the teens or could be several milligauss. And then there were two international agencies, and then I just provide some comparison what we think is low-level exposure. So there were two international agencies that I highlighted here that looked at the totality of the evidence, and they were trying to set guidelines that protects the public from all established health effects. Because there is no, in the US, there is no federal regulations to limit magnetic fields exposure, EMF exposure, and in Utah there is no state limit to limit exposure to EMF. But there are these two international scientific agencies that reviewed the evidence, and then they concluded that there is no long-term health effects associated with fields. They only identified short-term acute effects that were observed at extremely high levels that we would not experience near even transmission lines or in any normal day-to-day environment. So these are basically based on laboratory observations where they generated very high fields, and then those effects were very short-term, like nerve stimulations or muscle stimulations or some visual effects. But again, these are much higher than you would expect. And then these two agencies set the limits at 2,000 and 9,000 milligauss for magnetic field exposure. And as I said, even at right under this type of transmission lines, the values would be lower than this.
So the representation is that this 345 kV line is not going to produce an electric magnetic field that's greater than the 2,000 and the 9,000?
Based on my experience, it's unlikely that there would be any even close to these values right under the lines, yes.
Okay,
but I can't speak for specific values, but the company will do the calculations. But typically what I have seen across the country in other locations, those are well below these values.
So have there been any long-term studies on the impact?
Yes, as I said, there were a number of studies, and when I said epidemiology studies, many of those were looking at long-term health effects, looking at various types of cancers in children, in adults, in residential environment, and also among workers. And there were a large number of studies, and then the results varied, but the quality of the studies varied. But overall, these organizations that reviewed the available evidence, none of them concluded that there is a confirmed health effects associated with those levels.
Okay, thank you.
And then basically just in summarizing what I just said, this research has been going on for approximately 50 years. And then the available large body of research has been evaluated regularly and repeatedly by various national and international health and scientific and government organizations, and none of them concluded that there is an adverse health effect associated with EMF at the levels we are experiencing in our daily lives. And then there are, as I said, health-based exposure guideline limits established by two international scientific agencies, and the values that might be anticipated with the proposed lines would be, in my opinion, below, the magnetic field levels would be below those guideline values.
How about is there sound? The sound of the lines, does that?
Yes, there is some sound associated. Again, that could be calculated, but then there's no adverse health effects associated with those.
How about two animals? I mean, is there? We have a lot of wildlife that gets impacted by.
Yeah, I mean, the research is mostly focusing on human health because that was the priority for research. But there are a number of studies looking at dairy cattle or domestic animals like swine or other animals, and also looking at wildlife like deer. And there is no consistent adverse health effects with those as well.
Any further questions for the doctor?
Okay, thank you.
Can you ask him what he's being paid to be here today? And how often he's appeared and testified against a power plant?
Just come to the mic.
That would be.
If we can wait for public comment period.
Thank you.
Are there further questions for the doctor from the commission?
Not for the doctor, but a couple other questions I have. You know, noise has been brought up, and I know these power lines are a source of noise that maybe the decibel level of the noise isn't irritating, but it certainly is aggravating if you live or work near those lines. There's concerns of decreasing land values. Is there any mitigation for that? There's also, this power line is going to affect existing businesses that would have buildings or facilities normally underneath that line, and typically, and I believe you're limited to about 12 feet of any type of a structure or trees underneath these lines. How are you going to help those businesses retain their business if this line gets put across the top of their property?
So with respect to businesses that would be impacted by the line, if they're, a landowner with whom we're pursuing an easement, we'll work with each landowner on an individual basis in negotiations with those easements to place poles where it makes the most sense, where it's feasible for Rocky Mountain Power, where it makes the most sense to be accommodating to the facilities on their properties. As far as like height restrictions, it's large growing trees, things that could interfere with the safety of the line.
And then do you regulate the flow of power? Does it decrease, increase with different times? I mean, the 345 kV is what you're applying for. Is there a chance that you'll come back later and just increase that level?
No, I mean, so like the voltage won't change. Not that we would be able to, foresee, but it's all based on like your framing of the structures, the type of structures that you're using. Going from one voltage to another voltage typically means a different framing size, different insulator sizes. Basically because we got to keep the conductor away from anything that can be grounded, and then cause a phase to ground or phase to phase. So the voltage class is pretty much what it's going to end up being. As far as the amps going up and down, the current going through the line, that's going to potentially go up and down throughout the day as load requires and generation comes on and off. But that's typical. Just going to your house, on the service lines to your house, the power flows to there goes up and down just as much.
Yeah, that's part of the reason of the question, because I lost an air conditioning unit because of it. So anyway.
Yeah. No.
you get to the question about value, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't interrupt, but you asked about value.
Homeowners value, yeah.
We probably need to wait for the public comments. Sorry to step in there, but.
So I do have some more questions. Are you going to go, Robert?
We haven't addressed the flooding
Yeah.
and down through the Spanish Fork River bottoms. Tell us about that, or if you've made contingencies for that.
Yeah, so I mean, honestly, a power line in a flood zone is actually probably advantageous, or it's a good use of it. You know, I mean, we've got structures that are built for that. We've got structures going through, you know, like at the toe of the Great Salt Lake. We've got them through other flood zone areas. That's not a necessarily concern. We just designed to account for that. So, I mean, a single structure that gets flooded with a little bit of water around the base of it, you know, it's not going to cause any kind of concerns to safety or the integrity of our structures.
Do you make provision for that then? Like, will it be a different structure down through the river bottoms?
Typically, those foundations will get a little bit bigger and deeper just because of the soil conditions. But as far as, you know, like the style of structure, it's going to be pretty typical. It might get a little bit taller, a little beefier. You know, it's going to be designed out that way.
Okay, thank you.
What's the design impact for earthquake mitigation?
I mean, it's all based on the seismic reports and the seismic zones that we're building in. You know, up around Magna, it's built a little bit different than it is, you know, in other areas, right? We look at those individual areas and size accordingly. So.
So I've got some general questions. First of all, my understanding is that Rocky Mountain Power Pacific Corp has the power of eminent domain. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the utility company has the power to just take the land, correct? With the obligation to pay fair value for the land.
Yes, but our intent is to be able to negotiate with each individual landowner for a fair.
Sure, but at the end of the day, that's the power that the utility company has.
Ultimately, yes.
Right, and is there a reason that you chose to take an easement rather than fee title?
We want the landowners to still be able to own their property and be able to do with it what they want. It's, you know, it's their property. We want them to be able to still be able to use it, you know, with us. Similarly to like a sewer line following a road, gas line, water line, you know, you name it, right? Communications, a lot of those go through private property, you know, through a public utility easement or through a private easement. And we're trying to do the exact same thing.
So you'll share the easement down the road.
Correct. Yeah, these are non-exclusive easements.
Okay, and the concern I have with that is they get to use the land, continue to use land, but they can't put anything on it.
There's limitations to it. They can still farm it. They can still, you know, we're cohabitating. You know, working with Utah County.
So if you're not a farmer, you can't use it.
What I'm saying, like, so we're working with Utah County right now with the Public Works, you know, as far as some other road projects that they're doing, and they're planning on putting in a trail system, you know, and doing all sorts of those kind of things. So there's multiple opportunities for kind of joint use and cohabitation of the areas that we're working in. So,
but then the landowner has to continue to pay property taxes on that land, right?
Yes.
So another question I have is about the access roads, the 15-foot access roads. Are they going to be within the 125-foot easement area?
For the most part, there's going to be spots where we'll work with each individual landowner on figuring out how best to get to that particular structure where we have to maintain or do construction on it, and we'll work that out with each individual
So that would
landowner.
be a separate easement?
Yes, or property access, property agreement.
Okay. Okay.
But while he's looking at that, didn't I see that there's some construction easements that are 300 feet wide?
Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna have, you know, setting the structures is one thing, doing that, but then during construction, there's gonna be spots there where we're gonna have to widen out a little bit. When we're pulling cable, we're gonna have to have some temporary agreements in place to be able to set up our equipment, you know, out past the pole, be able to pull that wire in and tension it on the other side.
They're temporary, though.
They're
It's not a
temporary
permanent
agreements,
300.
yeah. And we will work with each individual landowner on those agreements.
Just to continue on that thought, that's where I was going with this. So you got the construction yard, the laydown area, the storage areas. Are those going to be, those will be temporary uses?
Yes, yeah, and we'll work with each individual landowner as we approach those areas to finalize a lease or agreement or something to that effect.
And we work with landowners who want, you know, are interested in having that temporary, for as far as laydown yards go and access roads. You know, we try to seek out landowners who would want that temporary use and the payment associated with it.
So the landowner loses the land, can't really oppose the loss of the land, gets paid for it, has an income tax obligation because of that, and then has continued property tax obligations, even though its use is restricted now.
So we're no real different than any other utility that comes through there.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So who benefits from this project?
So pretty much everybody. So it's an overall grid optimization project. So it overall, like, it improves grid reliability. It allows for new generation to come online for the continued growth within the county. You know, to be able to get power to where we need it. And so ultimately, you know, it's not a direct, you know, individual, you know, beneficiary to it, but it's ultimately it's an overall grid optimization and reliability.
And so it benefits everybody in the county.
Yeah, I mean, so everyone here in the Rocky Mountain Power Service territory, and then everyone that we help support as far as, you know, because a lot of the local municipalities that are the power providers to a lot of the folks in this area, they get their power from Rocky Mountain Power a lot of times, and so that ultimately helps them out as well.
Okay. And you've got to get permits from every municipality along the way.
That's correct.
They've got to approve every single monopole that goes up and the wiring and that goes along the way.
If they have, sorry, Greg, did you want to?
If there's, yeah, if there's ordinance that applies.
Yeah, if they have a land use ordinance that applies to that. However, there's also building code regulations that may exempt them from being required to obtain building permits for those. So if there are regulations that they would have to follow as local regulations, then they would have to get that. In reference to the construction areas and temporary construction yards, they would have to get permitted for those areas that they're going to have those temporary construction yards that have a limitation on the duration and the location of those as well.
And isn't Rocky Mountain Power, part of its licensing, isn't it required to maintain this level of service? There's a level of service it has to maintain for the customers. Isn't that part of the licensing that Pacific Corp has with the state or the Public Service Commission? I mean, why do this?
Why do what?
Why do what you're doing?
Well, we do have a responsibility to ensure that, you know, we have enough power.
Who says you have that responsibility?
FERC.
Yeah, there's federal, state.
Yeah, there's federal and state requirements. And we do have to provide power for anyone who needs power. I mean, you know, that's what we do. We make sure that everybody has power. And, you know, when we strengthen the grid, it really does benefit everybody. The grid is a large connection. Everybody is connected to project in efforts to, make sure that the draw on the grid, the constraints that we're feeling, that we can strengthen that grid and increase our resiliency, our redundancy, just again, like he had mentioned, to avoid the potential for those rolling blackouts. And I think that, we've all seen how much growth has taken place in the area, and it really doesn't seem to look like it's slowing down. So there is definitely a need to make sure that the energy grid is strengthened.
And the line is not going to push any power, create any power. It creates no power.
It
on its own. It's going to, it's the ability to push more power, deliver more power to the community as a whole. Without it, you can't deliver that extra power.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so there's additional generation coming online that is a requirement for this line to come online before they're able to be able to start generating. But if they're generating in southern Utah, Wyoming, wherever, we need to be able to get the power to where it's needed. And between Utah County, Salt Lake County, that's kind of creating that loop so we can be able to generate, be able to push power where it needs to go.
Okay.
Be able to serve those customers.
The difficulty I have with these kind of projects is that there's a overall community benefit. But that benefit, the burden of that benefit is placed on a very small handful of landowners. And whether it's a new road, whether it's a power, I get that. But every road that's out there, every road all of us are using, somebody lost it somewhere. And so that's what's really difficult with this, right? And you guys got this mandate, you got to push power, get power, keep it reliable, and we don't have enough power. We don't have enough power. That's a fact. We got to get more power. So that's what's really hard with this is it just imposes a burden on a few landowners that benefits the whole community, and the whole community is not here to say thank you. So thank you for your answers. I appreciate it.
Just want to ask you, I assume Rocky Mountain Power pays property tax on their transmission lines.
No. Yes.
Personal property tax would be probably a personal property tax.
The company.
Yeah.
I don't think the easements are taxed, real property tax. I don't think easements are. But
I don't know if we have
sure.
anyone here to be able to answer that. If
some vigorous nodding their heads.
Okay.
Everyone's going to get an opportunity for public comment, so please keep your comments yourselves for now, please.
Is there any further questions for the applicant?
Just thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
your presentation. Are there any questions back to staff before we?
Just to summarize, what we can do here is allow them to continue with some constraints, some conditions, as long as those conditions are reasonable, and if those conditions cost more, that burden comes back to the whole county. Is that oversimplification?
Yeah, it's close. Really what you're looking at is identifying any reasonably anticipated detrimental effects, and then if you can identify those clearly, assess what conditions can be attached to mitigate those. And then there is another process that the utility provider can pursue that through a review with a state agency that could determine basically who's going to bear those costs, which, yes, ultimately it could end up being the county, meaning that this would have to go back to the county commission to assess whether or not they would be willing to take on those costs. And if not, then that condition would not be deemed applicable.
And we can deny it.
Again, yeah, you do have that right, but you'd have to identify adverse effects that cannot.
So it has to be with cause, can't just be
mitigated. Yes,
because we want to.
Mm-hmm. We don't have a lot of discretion there.
Which that decision can also be appealed to this same board.
And I don't, maybe we, skipped over this part or maybe said it so quietly I didn't hear it, but your recommendation from staff is that they've met the minimum requirements, and your recommendation is to approve. Were there any conditions?
Yes, there were several conditions. Obviously, conditions to meet all applicable state, federal requirements, get applicable permits. They proposed a number of mitigation measures, so those would all be incorporated as a condition of approval to follow those.
They've already added those to their.
Yes, they're in your application. Yes, there's a table in there that addresses.
So with their application and their mitigating factors, the recommendation from staff is to approve at this point. Okay. So,
one more question.
Yes.
Does this go to the county commissioners?
No, you are the land use authority for conditional uses. So this would be the final decision as far as the county land uses goes. Now, obviously, and the caveat that it can be appealed, but yeah, this is you are the land use authority for the decision.
Okay, so we do have the option to hear public comment, and I want to say just first, hopefully those in attendance, because some of the comments we received before the meeting, it appeared maybe there was a misunderstanding that somehow this group up here planned this power line, and that's not the case, right? We're here to hear the applicant's request for a permit, and so we're here to hear the both sides and try and make the best decision.
There's a list.
Yep. Okay.
There's a list on the back of that.
Oh, there's a list on the back here. Okay. So what we do have a list of everyone who wants to speak, and we have received a request that some with some children, it sounds like, would like to be represented by possibly a group, maybe, or would be allowed to speak first. I do want to say that our rules are that each one that is allowed to speak is limited to 3 minutes, and so we do have a timer. We have a timer here that we will use, and we've got to adhere to it, or we'll be here all night. So we've got to adhere to that, and so I guess first question is are there any? What would we call it here? Are there any? Because I think we do also have the idea here that there can be a group spokesperson who can speak for 3 or more. Does this group that has submitted their names as having children here with us and wanted to go first from Salem Park, do you have a spokesperson possibly?
Yes. No, that's the list. Yes, we do.
You have a spokesperson. Okay. So if we have a spokesperson, we can give a maximum of 7 minutes, but you'll be speaking for the entire group for that 7 minutes. Does that make sense?
No. The rules we were told is everyone gets to speak. 7 minutes goes to the spokesperson.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, you have adopted a resolution that allows a spokesperson to speak for 3 people for up to 7 minutes. Those 3 people forfeit their time.
That's right.
Perfect, which we have 3 other people that do not want to speak.
Okay.
And they have to be on the list, and then we need to verify who they are.
Is there also a provision like if a public comment covers a particular topic, we don't need to rehash that over and over with subsequent comments? So if someone says something that is your point,
It's already been made.
Let's not belabor the point.
Yes, and we'll rely on the chair to kind of emphasize that, but yes, that is.
This is part of the resolution that we abide by. Speakers are requested to speak to the issue and not be redundant. If a point a speaker wishes to make has already been stated by someone else, the speaker should state his or her agreement, but should not restate the whole matter again. And the chair may cut off a speaker clearly off the issue, repeating information already presented. So I'm going to do my best here, but again, my purpose here is make sure people get their chance to get their opinion voice heard. But again, if we've got a particular statement that's been made, we want to just say I'm in agreement with this statement, and let's move on to the next speaker. Okay, to be as judicious as we can. So,
Mr. Chair, that also would include those written statements that are included as part of the record. So they can reference those. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So do we need to open it up to the hearing, or
no? This is not a public hearing.
We don't need a public hearing.
This is not required to have a public hearing. You are choosing to allow public comment.
Do we need a vote?
Do we need a vote to?
Nope. You can just say we're gonna accept public comment and go through your.
Well, we've got a list. We've got people that want to speak. Is the commission okay with taking these speakers first, even though they're not the first on the list? Yes. Sure. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. It sounds like we will go first with Joseph Ybarra.
Yeah.
Are you speaking for a group, Joseph?
Yes,
okay.
For the Salem Park Residents and Wildlife Coalition.
Okay.
And actually, could we get that reset to 7?
Yeah, we'll need that to 7, sorry. Thanks.
Is it all right if I start?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, commission members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I know you didn't have to, so thank you. I do appreciate it. My name is Joseph Ybarra. I represent the Salem Park Residents and Wildlife Coalition. We're here to address what we've been talking about, the Mercer project, right? Utah law is clear. Utilities must provide direct mailed notice to every affected landowner and conduct a public workshop before seeking approval of high voltage transmission lines. In just 3 hours last Sunday night, our coalition gathered 40 declarations from affected landowners, each signed under penalty of perjury, stating that they never received required notice. We expect the full 59 landowners who were left in the dark to submit their declarations in the coming days. When pressed on this failure, Rocky Mountain Power claimed they had satisfied it by get this, a radio ad and a newspaper posting. That is not in compliance with Utah Code 54-18-301 and 302. It is a willful display of corporate power that disregards the rights of landowners. And when asked why they didn't mail direct notices, as the law requires, they could provide us no evidence. There's been no good faith effort to notify affected landowners. And I know this because when I found out about the project a week ago Sunday, I sounded the alarm on Monday morning at 8 a.m. And by 9 a.m., almost the entire neighborhood was aware. If 1 or 2 individuals can accomplish this in an hour, surely a company worth $69 billion can do better. So this is not just sloppy, it's unlawful. And here's the key point. This commission has the authority to withhold the permit until the proper notice is given. Utah Code 54-18-304-2 makes this explicitly clear. This authority exists to protect fairness, due process, and lawful participation of every affected landowner standing here behind me. And it is short, so let's just read it. If a public utility does not satisfy the notice of intent requirements in accordance with this section, the land use authority may withhold on a decision on a public utility land use permit until the public utility satisfies the notification and public workshop requirements. Let me be very direct. You may have been told that this meeting was just a formality. You may have been told that you're required to sign off on this permit. That is absolutely not the case. With Rocky Mountain's willful negligence, the law specifically instructs you to withhold approval until proper notice is given. Beyond the notice failures, this impacts on the community are devastating. Families stand to lose $70,000 to $140,000 in home equity per household, amounting to $9 to $18 million stolen from our neighborhood. This is legalized theft borne not by the utility, but by these citizens. Also, the Salem Park wetlands, home to migratory birds, including bald eagle, will be disrupted, threatening nesting and migration patterns protected under federal law. Rocky Mountain Power has already been fined millions of dollars, $13 million, for bird deaths from its lines elsewhere. Our cherished views of Mount Timpanogos will be permanently marred by 100 to 150 foot towers, 4 to 6 times the size of our homes. Many of us move there for the rural lifestyle and the views, both of which would be gone forever. Additionally, residents face additional risks, EMF health concerns, increased wildfire danger, and studies show at least a 65% greater chance of childhood leukemia for children living near high voltage transmission lines. And we have at least 35 children under the age of 6 living directly next to the proposed line. You'll hear more about this with some of these other members that are going to come up. We're not here just to oppose. We have other solutions. The coalition has identified several alternative routes that would greatly reduce the harm to landowners, property values, and children's health. The sensitive habitats. We've also proposed undergrounding for the lines where it runs adjacent to neighborhoods and wetlands. When approached about undergrounding, you're probably not surprised. Rocky Mountain's response has always been, that would cost more money. Then we would have to increase electricity rates. The irony could not be sharper because yes, it would cost more. And that is exactly what the law intends it to be. What they're really saying is following the law and minimizing harm costs too much. So we'll take millions of dollars out of your citizens' property values instead. This is unacceptable. Instead of forcing hundreds of families to absorb catastrophic personal losses, the cost should be shared among all of those who benefit from the project. Those who benefit from the power should bear the cost of building the line lawfully and responsibly, not the residents of Salem Park. We are not asking for anything unreasonable. We are simply asking for a fair process and a chance to be heard. Until Rocky Power fulfills its legal duty to notify affected landowners and seriously consider less harmful alternatives, the commission must withhold the permit. And again, this is not optional. It is explicitly authorized under Utah Code 54-18-304-2, which I noticed was lacking in your counsel that you were just given. This was not even mentioned to you. Our coalition represents more than 1,000 residents who have signed our petition, and we are engaged, organized, and committed. And make no mistake, this decision will not go unnoticed. On behalf of the Salem Park community, we urge you, withhold approval, require proper notice, and insist on fair, lawful alternatives to protect families, neighborhoods, and the environment. Thank you.
Okay, so
can we ask some questions?
Sure.
So thank you for that presentation. My first question is with respect to the lack of notice.
Yeah.
It seems to me that a lot of folks are here, so they do know about it. And if you get another chance, what happens? Do we do this again in 6 months? And
well, okay, so it's a great question. So actually, after looking into it, they noticed that they were supposed to have sent, and you're going to hear about this in just a minute with actual evidence. Sorry, does not even it does not satisfy the original statute, anyways.
Okay, so that's not my point. My point is, what are you going to do about?
What do you do after?
If assuming you're correct, what are you going to do about actual legal notice?
Okay, well, legal notice or moving the lines, because once they get legal notice, then what I just mentioned about you guys withholding the permission wouldn't necessarily apply. You're right about that. Is that what you're asking?
I mean, my point is, okay, let's assume the notice was improper. And I don't know whether it was or wasn't, okay?
Sure.
So if it was improper, what's next?
What's next?
Well, the power company still has the authority to condemn the land and take it.
You're right. You're right. You are right about that, and it has tremendous
that's
power.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
Absolutely,
and it's big. It's a big pill.
Now, here's the thing: is that we are still in the process of submitting grant requests. There may be other improprieties that have happened along this path. There are other avenues, but we were only notified a week ago.
Okay,
and so we have not had any ability to actually understand the law. Like, this is a week that we came and got all of this evidence for you guys. And so, yeah, give me another month and we'll see what we can do in terms of actually solving that problem. Okay. But I don't know what's next necessarily.
Is anybody in Salem Park losing any of their land?
Not that I'm aware.
Does anybody in Salem Park have a restrictive covenant on the land to the north where this is going to go that disallows any improvements going in that would obstruct your view of Timpanogos?
I don't know. I'm just a neighbor.
Because we're not entitled to a view.
Sure.
We buy property because it's beautiful and we have a view, but we don't own a view unless we pay for it. And you can do a restrictive covenant that prevents people from blocking your view.
Right.
So that's the point of my question, whether or not anybody has.
Yeah, we can research that.
Well, I've talked to the landowner, and I don't. Anyway, okay, I'll withhold my other question. But thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
One quick. Help me understand how you folks missed all of these public meetings.
Well, when we weren't notified, how on earth are we supposed to go to a public meeting when we don't receive notification?
You don't. Well, obviously you don't read the newspaper. Your city didn't bother to notify you.
Right.
I guess
so just to be clear, it's not on the city to notify us about this permit. It's not on you guys to notify us about this permit. It is Rocky Mountain's responsibility to do so, which they failed. That is the issue.
And I don't know if you noticed, there were like 22 people only in Salem that came, and they were like.
Right.
I live in. I live between Salem and Woodland Hills.
Yeah.
And I knew about it. I knew what was going on.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on.
I guess.
So with all due respect, though, I mean, you are on the Planning Commission, right? I would assume you're fairly well politically connected. It makes a lot of sense that you would hear about something like this. Is that not fair to say? I mean, I'm just saying we didn't. That is the issue at hand, not whether or not someone else may have heard about it, right?
As far as just being on the Planning Commission and knowing about this, when we got the notification in the agenda, that's the first time I was aware of it. So
yeah, I don't know how it works. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thanks, Joseph.
Yeah.
Can you name the other the members of your group that you were speaking for?
Yeah.
May I respond to the question about the notification just real quick? I have written emails back and sorry, my name is Kevin Cooter. I live across the street from the border of Salem Park. I have been emailing with Rocky Mountain Power, and they sent me the notification they had allegedly sent out to all of us. And it was a very, very clear document that showed what they were intending to do. If anyone in our neighborhood had received that, we would have had the same reaction a year ago. So I can guarantee you that no one received that.
Right. It's sort of shocking to say that all of Salem, I think it was like 22 people on their slide showed up to a meeting. It's like, I mean, obviously, people didn't like. That's evidence that they didn't receive notice, obviously. But anyways, I think we answered the question. But so the next one is Matt Miller, and then Kevin, Mary.
Did you already give him the two other names that you were looking for?
Well, I have a list of Matt, Kevin, Mary, Garnett, Tasha, Devin, Rebecca, Aaron, another Kevin, and Chris Blythe. You spoke for all those?
No. Oh, so the ones that I spoke
Who
for
are you
are
speaking
not
for?
on here.
They're not?
No.
Do you know who?
Yeah.
So we can cross them off the list. So the three.
Okay, yeah, add Christine.
My name should be on there somewhere.
Andrew's husband.
Brandon Martin, I'm on the list of one of the, I wrote my name on the bottom of the list.
Brandon, and that's a different Kevin.
Jessica.
Jessica.
Oh, if I take that list, I could get it for you really easily.
Sorry, we can't give you the list. We need to go off of it.
We just want to make sure we've given the three that you were speaking for 7 minutes. They are who?
Jessica is
So Christine right here.
Christine, okay.
Yeah.
Are you speaking for Matt Miller?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
My name
I wasn't understanding your question.
Mr. Chair, it might be helpful to ask if there's any others that want to agree with that comment, so we can kind of expedite this, and if they feel comfortable that was represented. Good point. It could be more than three.
So, yeah,
I suppose we can ask when we get to their name that they can indicate they've already been spoken for.
Here's a Mary. That one that you no?
Mary's on the piece.
Yeah, you better not check off your wife. You're gonna have a bad night tonight.
No.
Okay.
Is that all right to just, they can indicate it when you get to them?
Okay.
Joe, can you make sure?
I don't know how else we're going to.
So I guess that list we've already gone through. Was there anyone else on that list that had children that wanted to speak?
Christine should actually be on that list.
Christine Blythe?
Already submitted.
On the thing back there,
Did the names need to be submitted prior to the start of the meeting?
I think we did see Christine on that list with children.
Chris is on that list, but Christine too.
Yes.
Okay,
Do you have children? Because we agreed to let those that had children that wanted to speak first go first.
Present here.
I'm sorry. No, I do not. No, and I wasn't trying to. Thank you. I did not understand.
I'm sorry.
that.
So-
No, I will let others go first.
He's in our group.
He's in your group.
Yeah,
In our group, when we
You know what?
keep that group together.
I had 3 minutes.
Okay.
All I have is about 30 seconds because he covered everything except 2 points.
All right, that
I wanted
sounds
to
good.
make.
Why
So,
don't-
but I can go later if you really want me
No,
to.
get it done.
And we'll go. What's your name?
My name is Matthew Miller.
Matt Miller.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be very quick. I think Joe did an excellent job. Thank you, Joe. I am just going to, can I go, you guys?
Yes.
Okay. This map shows those that are within the required reporting notification distances within the proposed line of, excuse me. We have gone out, like we've talked about, and canvassed every single home, gotten responses from everyone. Only one person said that they have been notified. That person does work, I believe, for the county, for somewhere in the government. He had been notified somewhere else. No one else has been notified. I think you guys have all received the sign affidavits that we have attesting that we've been notified. I think Joe made a good point. There is no way that if we knew a year ago and then all of a sudden a year later, we're all of a sudden making a deal like this. In this neighborhood, 9 out of 10 of these homes has little children. My concern is the attractive nuisance of those power lines and children being around them. But without the due process of being notified, I don't see how this could progress. And that was all I wanted to share.
Thank you. Okay, we got Kevin Brixon.
Hello, thank you for taking my words. Similar to Matt, Joe covered many of the points, so I'll try and make this quick and brief. And it's regarding the decreased value of our equity and how that is going to be addressed. As Joe mentioned, there are studies out there that show anywhere between 20 and 30% reduction in equity when we try to sell our homes. And why is that? Millions of dollars coming back on the burdens of the citizens of Salem Park.
Thank you, Kevin. Mary? Vera? I saw you here early with children on your lap.
I did. I had my little baby. Okay, good evening, commission members. My name's Mary Ibarra. And I want to speak as a parent of 6 who will be living directly next to these 135-foot poles. We have at least 35 children under the age of 6 living directly next to the proposed transmission corridor. These are toddlers, preschoolers, and babies who would grow up playing in backyards under 345,000 volt power lines. Although this doctor has shown you the studies that prove there is no impact on children, there are studies showing the opposite. This is a controversial issue. Some studies show that children living near the high voltage transmission lines face a 65% higher chance of childhood leukemia. As a parent, I can't hear that number and just shrug it off. These kids are not statistics, they're kids. They're my kids, my neighbor's kids, and maybe your grandkids. Think about it, would you raise your children under a 345 kilovolt tower? Would you tuck them in at night knowing there's a constant question mark about their safety hanging over their heads? This isn't just about property values or views. This is about protecting the most vulnerable members of our community. Children don't get to choose where they grow up. That's on us. And it's on you as commission members to ensure that corporations like Rocky Mountain Power don't cut corners at the expense of our kids' health. We aren't asking for anything unreasonable. We are asking that the line be built lawfully, safely, and responsibly so our children aren't the ones paying the price. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Garnett?
Okay. Good evening, Commission members. Like you said, my name is Garnett Kutter, and I want to speak to you about the environmental cost of this project. This proposed route cuts directly through the Salem Park wetlands, a sanctuary for over 100 different birds, including bald eagle and sandhill cranes that migrate through the corridor each year. I even took pictures this week just on my way on Sunday to church, how those cranes were just flying over the air, 6 hawks on a post right there where they're going to build. It was beautiful, but sad too. These wetlands aren't just local scenery. They are federal recognized habitat with protections that demand serious consideration. This is not speculation, but we already talked about it. In 2009, Pacificor pleaded guilty in federal court for the death of golden eagles and other migratory birds caused by its power poles in Wyoming. Those poles were much smaller, distribution lines carrying 2 to 60 kilowatts. Even at that scale, Pacificor was fined over $9 million under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Now compare that to what's proposed here, 345 kilovolts, massive towers 90 to 135 feet tall, stretching heavy bundles of wires across hundreds of feet of sky directly in the middle of a migratory flyway. If Pacificor smaller poles killed enough birds to bring a federal guilty plea, what do you think will happen here with towers this size in one of Utah's most critical habitats? Unlike smaller lines, high voltage towers cannot be retrofitted into insulation or simple deterrence. At best, the utility can add flight markers, but even then, birds die. And in a flyway like ours, every loss multiplies. This isn't just about compliance with environmental law, it's about stewardship. Once these wetlands are damaged, once bird populations decline, there's no going back. There's a reasonable solution, grounding along this corridor. It eliminates the danger to migratory birds, protects the wetlands, and prevents another federal case of negligence. We're asking you not to gamble with protected wildlife or with the natural heritage of this community. Please require Rocky Mountain Power to take the responsible path before it's too late. Thank you.
Tasha Cox. Next up would be Davin Stevens.
My name is Tasha Fox. Thank you for taking the time to listen tonight. I would just like to, sorry, emotional. I would like to point out that my house is right there on the corner. These power lines will surround my house. I do have children, and how can I sleep at night when they're upstairs so close to those power lines? I know that Rocky Mountain is trying their best. I want to believe that because I believe the best in all people. But my question, if I'm allowed to ask that to them, why can they not bury just this portion? I'm asking for them to bury it between Highway 198, Arrowhead Trail Road. Also, they have spoken to other avenues that they have not been able, that had problems, right? I'm wondering why they cannot go north on Highway 198 and then down Arrowhead Trail Road, where they're going to meet those power lines anyway. That would miss our neighborhood altogether. I'm imagining that I have a view right outside my back door of the power lines where my house is, and I know that we're not guaranteed a view, but we should be guaranteed safety. I should be able to open my windows at night and let the breeze in without hearing the buzz of the power lines. Thank you so much.
Davin Stevens and then Rebecca Frost.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Davin Stevens, and I want to focus on solutions because there are many reasonable alternatives to what Rocky Mountain Power is proposing. Our coalition has come up with multiple proposed alternatives that significantly reduces harm to landowners, children, and sensitive habitats. These aren't abstract ideas, and they're real workable options that avoid the most damaging parts of the current corridor. Where the line must pass near neighborhoods or wetlands, there's also the solution of undergrounding. Cities across the U.S. require utilities to underground lines in sensitive areas. It protects property values, preserves community character, and safeguards wetlands and migratory bird habitats. We've personally pressed Rocky Mountain Power on why they won't pursue these options. It's come down to three main points: cost, ratepayer impacts, and ecological concerns. Cost, PacifiCorp is a multi-billion-dollar utility company, and in other states, when regulators require it, PacifiCorp absorbed far greater costs than what we're asking for. It's not the barrier. It's just simply unwillingness in this situation. Ratepayer impacts. Rocky Mountain Power warns they might have to raise rates, but the law is clear. The cost of safe, responsible construction should be shared by all who benefit, not dumped on a few hundred families. And then the ecological concerns that Rocky Mountain has suggested is impacted by undergrounding. We're more concerned with the overhead towers cut directly through wetlands and federally protected flyways, which we've talked about. What we hear them saying is it's cheaper for us to destroy your family's property values than to build responsibly. That's not how the law is supposed to work. Utah Code 17-27A506 requires that conditional uses be approved only if detrimental effects are substantially mitigated. We believe that these overhead towers fail that test. Alternatives and undergrounding meet it. The maps that my neighbors here are holding make one thing clear: solutions exist, and Rocky Mountain Power simply doesn't want to bear the cost. We're asking that you use your authority to ensure that they do the right thing.
Rebecca Frost and then Aaron Czar.
Hi, commission members. My name is Rebecca Frost, and I want to talk about the people in this room and the people beyond it. Our coalition represents over 1,000 residents who have signed the petition. That's not just names on paper. That's our neighbors, our parents, our grandparents, business owners, and families who care deeply about this community. What I want you to understand is this: Salem Park is organized, engaged, and determined. We've built a network in just a matter of days, and the momentum is only growing. This isn't a case where frustration will fade once tonight's meeting ends. We are here for the long haul, and we are not going away. We're not here to fight against you. We're asking for you to stand with us. As commission members, you don't have to be just a rubber stamp for this billion-dollar utility entity. You have the ability to insist on fairness, lawful notice, and responsible alternatives. Please join us in protecting our families, our wildlife, our neighborhood, and ensuring that the voices of these ordinary people are not drowned out by this corporate convenience. Thank you.
Aaron Zara, then Chris Blythe.
Good evening, Commission members. My name is Aaron Zart, and I'm a part of the Salem Park family and community. I'm here to touch on a few more points of the failing to notice. A couple key points are missing addresses to those. The law requires the utility mailing addresses and the contact person's mailing address. The letter provides phone numbers and emails, but no mailing addresses. This is a statutory miss. And the second point is the missing corridor map. The law requires not just a study area map, but also the utility's proposed corridor within that study area. The letter includes general maps and alternatives, but never identifies a single proposed corridor. That is another statutory miss. These aren't minor oversights. They are fundamental elements required by the law. Without them, in the record, the notice is incomplete and non-compliant under statutory 54, 18, 301, and 302. That is all I have. Thank you.
Kevin is coming up next.
He's in between.
I believe I was in between
Kevin.
there. I was a late ad. So my name is Kevin Cooter. I live in Salem Park, just yards away from the proposed towers and high voltage lines. I'm going to address this from a little bit different twist. Are you familiar with the Pinto memo? Some of you who are a little older like I am are very familiar with this. The Ford Motor Company designed the Ford Pinto in the late 1960s and subsequently the Mercury Bobcat. The safety and design of this subcompact vehicle gas tank resulted in puncture and ignition of the tank and rollover and rear-end collision causing injury and death. In 1973, based upon the incidents up to that point, the Ford Motor Company did a cost-benefit analysis. They determined the following. The modification to the vehicles to mitigate this issue would cost $11 per vehicle. The total cost amounted to $137 million. The estimated benefit to society, meaning mitigation of injury and death, was determined to be $49.5 million. That's based on a value of $200,000 placed on a human life. And you think about that, that's back in 1973 or so. Ford determined the benefit to the society was not great enough to warrant the fix and decided to leave the dangerous vehicles as is. Excuse me. In February 1978, in a related case of Grimshaw versus Ford Motor Company, Ford was found guilty. For the seriously burned 13-year-old passenger, Richard Grimshaw, and the death of the driver, Lily Gray. The verdict resulted in over $127 million in compensatory and punitive damages. Over 117 lawsuits were brought against Ford in connection with rear-end accidents in the Pinto. The majority of these were settled out of court. On June 9, 1978, Ford issued the recall of over 1.5 million Pintos and Bobcats, only after an investigation by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, just before the NHTSA issued a formal recall order. Now, how does this fit to what we're talking about tonight? We're talking about the safety, we're talking about the health, we're talking about our environment. And what we're asking is that you be better than the Ford company by placing value on human life, the integrity of our environment and wildlife, and the value of our homes and properties above the cost profits that Rocky Mountain Power and Pacific Corp will get through this entity. Thank you.
Chris Blythe.
Commissioners, thank you so much for hearing us out. We really appreciate this. I've been impassioned tonight, and so I want to apologize for that. I'm Dr. Chris Blythe. I hold a PhD in folklore and religion. I study tangible and intangible culture. We're talking a lot about tangible culture tonight, which is like our birds. They're really, really important. It's like our property value. And I point out, guys, sorry, I shouldn't talk to them. 2024, they were asked the question about what are you going to do for property value? And they evaded it. And now tonight, you guys asked it, and they didn't answer it. They jumped straight to farmland. They didn't talk about personal home values at all. They wanted to skirt that around. Salem Park is a special community. I want to talk about its intangible culture. That means things you can't touch, right? You've seen my people tonight. These are people that are impassioned, that want to protect their land. And of course, lots of Utahns would do that. We don't like big business coming in to tell us how we should operate and to cut down on our American rights. Not a big fan of that, right? Our community depends on lots of kids. They spend their time just on their phones. They hang out inside. Our kids don't just do that. They go outside. They play. I go on walks every day, and I walk by all the other people walking their dogs. And the talk this week has been people wanting to move because they moved to this place for the sole purpose of having a real community. The sort of thing that they, sometimes you just see on TV. That's what Salem's like, guys. Provo still has a little bit, but Salem's like that. And we went out there to experience that. And this is imperiled. We have to talk about tangible things that are being impacted, absolutely. But we can't leave out, you notice there's no sociologist over here. There's no anthropologist to talk about the actual impacts on rural communities when you put in infrastructure to this level. These are not normal power poles, guys. This is insane. These are huge. My community will not be able to survive this. If these poles go in, you are destroying something that was made. It's not just individual families. Our families will survive, but the community that we've built together will not. We'll stick together for a few years. We'll be in court cases. We'll fight you guys. You'll know us by name. I'm concerned about that community. I want to say you got a lot of emails this week, and people in Salem Park did think you guys were callous. They thought people in Salem were callous. They pushed it, made sure it didn't go in their city lines, so it went to Spanish Fork, so it went to our backyards. They didn't represent us. I felt like you gave us a chance to talk tonight, and it turns out you guys actually aren't stone cold monsters. You're actually willing to listen to me. I've seen it, but I've also seen the big business in the side of the room. I've seen little smiles on their faces since Salem Park community has been speaking, and that doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with me at all. And so I already trust you guys to be fleshy human beings that aren't going to allow this nonsense to go forward. And so I appreciate your time.
Okay, I think we've got through this list. We'll start on the attendance roll. Steve Wilson.
Forgive me, I'm not a public speaker and my nerves are going to hit me hard. I first want to say I know a few of you, I recognize a few of you, and I appreciate the time you guys spend to look over our county. And I know you're concerned about what's going on. I am an owner of 85 acres in the river bottoms. I feel like I have the most beautiful piece of property in the entire state. A lot of these people will argue with me, and I understand that. We've been working toward a development for 7 years now, and I also was one that was never notified. Being a developer, I pay strict attention to something when I get that because I know the importance to be part of that process. I was not notified. I was notified when the county sent me a letter and says this meeting's happening about a week ago, 10 days ago, like so many of these other people. And I can't say that it was willful on their part, but I did not get notified. And they are proposing to come down the mountain, jump across the river, and split my property in half. And then cross the river and split my neighbor's 145 acres in half, therefore ruining it for any future development, which I bought my property for. And I think I have, I'm entitled to the highest and best use for it. I don't want small acres. I want 5-acre lots and a beautiful subdivision of 15 lots. And I can't do that now. I was lucky enough to contact two of the gentlemen from the power company, and they honored my desire to meet very quickly. And they met me the next day down on my property, and they saw a sign, sometimes being destroyed by others, that's been there for 7 years about our 5-acre lots. It was renewed about two months ago. We're down this process, and I don't know where to go. I've never had a threat of somebody taking my property from me. And so I would request, knowing the process, that you either table this for some more time or deny it until we can get proper notice like everybody else has described and have a better discussion on their routes. I don't understand why they're not going down Powerhouse Road. They talked to a couple of big power builders that I believe made their minds change, that they mentioned on their chart. And that's not fair. There's already power lines down those roads, and you're destroying the river bottoms. We have the same kind of wildlife down there. And again, I appreciate your time, and this is a tough issue and a lot of emotions, but thank you.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson, excuse me, Steve, quick question. Your piece is on the north side of the Spanish Fork River. Are you in the county still?
We're in the county. I border the river and Poplar Lane. It used to be called Poplar Lane. Yeah. So, thank you.
Steve Reese, maybe, or Reed. Sorry, I see it now. And then Paula Pryor after that.
Well, thanks for listening to everybody. I represent Steve Reed, or Red, sorry. He owns the other side of the river on Powerhouse Road, and we own about 163 acres. And with the spacing of their towers, we're talking probably 4 or 5, 6 towers to that area. That cuts Steve's property right in half, just like the last gentleman. And we have not been notified at all till maybe last week. We found out about this, and Steve couldn't make it, so he had me. I manage his property. I feel the same way because of D.R. Horton and the power they have, and then they decided to move this because it's going to affect their pockets. And we're little, and they can move us. They're going to come in. We're not going to stop it, but we should be involved. And they went down and talked to D.R. Horton, but they didn't come and talk to the landowners that have big property. And we don't know what, we're trying to run cattle. But someday he might leave it to his kids and they might want to develop it. It's not going to be worth anything. And that's really what Steve wants to hear. We would like to talk to you. We wish you guys would have come and talked to us, but we don't know where to go because we feel like the decision's already been made. And like you've said, they can just come in and take our property, and we're talking the river bottom. So now your towers are going to go bigger because we're in the water. The water table's at 12 feet, so you're going to go build bigger footings and everything for your towers. So now we're probably in that area of 135 feet you guys talked about. So appreciate listening to us, and we hope you'll come and talk to us.
Thank you, Paula.
We can take the microphone to him.
Paul is going to stay within 3 minutes.
Is it corded there? It'd be interesting to see.
Thank you.
Oh, Paul, sorry.
Paul Pryor,
I'm so
own
sorry.
177 acres in Utah County. I appreciate, and this is my daughter-in-law. Okay, I appreciate the rock and the hard spot you guys are between. I have 9 kids. They need to have beautiful homes. Okay, this is my daughter-in-law. You're between a rock and a hard spot. There's a famous quote, a place for everything in its place. That is key. Number one, before you do other stuff, paint the power poles that are degrading west of town, Mark. They're rusted, they need to be improved. So take care of what you already have before you want more. Secondly, I love trees. The beautiful thing about a tree, it only takes a few square feet, but you have all that shade, all that benefit. Power poles are the same way. They have shared along west of Town Square. They've shared I-15 right away. They've shared a shopping mall. If you'll go along on the other side, there's dog kennels in the homes that were there. But they built those homes after the power poles. They had that choice. The people in Salem said, no, you're coming and wrecking our community now. Also, a few other items. They mentioned about floodplain. All of Spanish Fork River bottoms you got a plateau from Lake Bonneville, a plateau. All the Provo River bottoms, all the Spanish Fork River was eroded away because of flash floods. What happened in Texas? What is that? Guadalupe River, 30 feet. It's not 2 feet in a floodplain. It needs to be mitigated. You have a 30-foot wave of water coming down, it'll take those power poles out just like grass, okay? It needs to be high and dry. You don't give your wife a power pole, not a power pole. You don't have her dry her hair in the tub. Water and electricity don't mix. You've got to have high and dry for electricity. Stay out of that river bottoms. On the north end, they talked about the gas line. I farmed that area for 30 years. That power line is in a wetland. You go there, you'll see cattails right there. They don't want to mess with it on Highway 6, and yet they'll mess with it over there in a wetland above there. I vote for Highway 6. You got the railroad 50 feet. You have I-15. You only need 6 feet of a power pole, but you can share the benefit over. Share the right-of-ways. Don't eat up new land. It's already an infrastructure. Then go through the industrial parkway on the north. I'm done.
Thank you, Paul. Next we have Neil Landell and then Bruce Jensen. Oh, well. Bruce didn't mark whether he wanted to speak or not, so. I will. You will.
I just got a few comments. My property's down on 8,000 South, and the county's proposed eventually a 4-lane highway down there. Plus, they're going to impact me with this power line, which it impacts where I farm. I've got hay barns, cattle sheds, granaries, and my understanding is it's going to take everything out. If that happens, I'm going to be out of the cow business unless I can be compensated some way to keep in the cow business. And by taking 3 acres of ground is not going to give me enough to keep in the cow business. And I would just like to know how Rocky Mountain Power is going to compensate me for what I'm going to lose in this whole deal, besides having to make my changes. I would prefer they route it somewhere else. It'd make my life a lot simpler. But it also, you got a big long corridor, 8,000 South, that's going to impact a lot of frontage there, and there's a lot of frontage from West Mountain clear up to Voorhees's that's going to be impacted, and it's going to degrade the value of all that property down the road. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
My name is Bruce Jensen. So just to be clear, if you approve the easement and you put new restrictions upon it, the county has to come up with extra money to cover that, those new requirements. To your point, Councilman, a small portion of the county is going to pay the huge price for this. So let the county pay the extra money to make it and be done properly. And if that means portion of it is buried and portions above ground, if they're the move portions, if there's extra cost, the whole county can share those costs, have this functionality and this benefit, instead of everybody else losing $18 million in property values and quality of life and the concerns of their well-being. We don't have to burden it all, and if that means someone else is going to pay more money somewhere else, that's fine. Because I do IT. I know that right now there's 10 million square feet of data center in Eagle Mountain. 10 million square feet, and it's only growing. This power, not for one customer, is going to satisfy huge power consumption in Eagle Mountain and South Salt Lake County. That's where the huge growth is. It's not going to be for Salem, who doesn't use Rocky Mountain Power. It's not going to be down for southern Utah County. It's all for the northern portion. That's where all the huge growth is going. So let them share the burden by, yes, putting new restrictions or qualifications on it that make it less for us, and they can pay more to make it so it's less for us. Thanks.
Okay, we've got, I see here, 3 or 4 that we would cover on this next page. I think we could try to cover those and then take a recess. Does that sound all right, Commission? Okay. The next is Jessica Czar, or did we already hear from Jessica?
She was included in the group.
We did that one, okay. Kevin, oh, we already heard from Kevin Frost, right? Sorry. Hey, we're getting through this even quicker. Recess is coming soon. Mr. Edwards, I can't read the first name.
Adam and Melina.
Yes, Melina, that's it.
So thank you so much for letting us speak. I know that that wasn't the intention of this whole meeting, and I'm terrified of public speaking, but it's important enough for me to get up here and talk. Okay, so I received notification of this project just last week, and again, it was not from Rocky Mountain Power. It was from the county letting us know about this meeting tonight. Okay, that's when I was notified. Now, we're not denying that the infrastructure needs to exist. It does. But not at the expense of people and the expense of community. We should be guaranteed justice. We should be guaranteed safety. And we should be guaranteed that a multi-billion-dollar company is not stealing money from our pockets. Rocky Mountain Power profits from almost every single home and business along the entire Wasatch Front in all of Utah County, with few exceptions, including Salem Park. Salem does not use Rocky Mountain Power, and we're expected to bear the cost and the losses because they insist on putting their line right where it is, or they don't want to bury the line. Why do potential homes have more priority over existing homes and communities? Homes that aren't even built yet. Yes, I know that there's planned communities and there's big communities planned, but they don't exist yet. We exist. We're already here, all right? Salem Park does not directly benefit from Rocky Mountain Power, and they never will. But we're again meant to bear that burden and have the destruction of our local habitats, our home values, and our enjoyment of our community. I'm asking you to please have them consider other options, reroute it down 8,000, take it further south, bury portions of it underground. That's all that we're really asking. We know that the infrastructure needs to exist. But we're asking for these accommodations so that the existing people here are not taken advantage of by a multi-billion-dollar corporation who can afford it. We can't afford to lose that money out of our equity, but they can afford to pay for those modifications. Thank you.
All right, I think we already heard from Chris Blythe, so I think we have actually got through page 1 and 2 and the original list that we had here. Looks like we have 6. there might have been this, we got this whole page here, and then, yeah, so we probably have another 15 or more, probably is my guess, but. I propose we take a 10-minute recess.
Second?
Second,
Are we
no,
voting on
or
it?
I was proposing it and then someone wanted to agree with the second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And we'll recess for 10 minutes. We had Karen here, right? Where'd she? She was just here. Okay, I think we'll continue with public comment, and just want to encourage if anyone has already kind of had their sentiments spoken, you know, you're welcome to bow out of your speaking time. But we want to make sure everyone gets a chance to be heard if you have a point to be made. The next up is Tom Patton, and then Dwight Wagman. Oh.
I appreciate your listening this evening. I appreciated the presentation that was made. Conspicuous by its absence was a lot of explanation that people in the room are asking. One of the explanations they're asking is, how can you stand here as a person, and that's all Rocky Mountain Power is one person, because they're a corporation, they're considered a person under Utah law. You can check with the Utah County Attorney's Office. But they say we sent notice, and all these people, all those affidavits are lying to you. But see, you guys are the gatekeeper. You decide whether or not people have gotten adequate notice. Rocky Mountain Power doesn't. Your attorneys don't. You do. That's why you sit there. And if you're sitting there saying, you know, I am concerned, after hearing from all these people, I'm concerned that people didn't get proper notice, you can say, send notice again. And if you asked yourself, what's the purpose of notice? It's so people get notice, actually get it. Not so that someone jumps through a hoop, so they can stand here and say, we jumped through the legal loop. If you really want notice, make them go out and post along the route, not the preferred route, not one of the 4 routes they've been touting for the last 3 years, okay? Like maybe it's going to be one of these as opposed to the one they decided on years ago, and say all along the route, you post notice, because this isn't going to affect people just for so many feet on each side. It's actually going to affect whole communities, which is why you've got a whole community showing up. And you have the right to do that. And there's not a significant cost to say, we're going to knock this down 30, 60 days. We want you to post notice along the route, and we want you to send notice out again. You've got the county attorney's office. They're paid to do something. There was a lawsuit down in Juab County just 5 years ago from stockholders who had a power line going across the property, saying it's affected our cattle, it's affected our milk production, it's affected the number of calves we're getting. I realize they brought their expert, but there were experts in that case who testified that those power lines were in fact affecting those cattle. And it's a nothing for the county attorney's office to track that case down. They can make 1 or 2 phone calls and track that case down, get the names of their experts and copies of their expert testimony. I am so unimpressed with expert testimony. I practiced law for 20 years. I can hire an expert to say whatever I want him to say. And experts are the ones who told us, don't worry about above ground nuclear testing. Oh, Agent Orange doesn't affect anything but vegetation.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. I have a question for you, since you mentioned more notice. So let's say the commission wanted to allow for more notice. How much more notice time would you suggest?
You, sir, in your infinite wisdom, and you as a commission, you have a right to say, this is what's fair notice to the people of Utah County. This is what's fair notice. And that's not a lot to require to make sure people get fair notice. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to find it in the statute that you're going to say, we consider fair notice also to post it along the route. That's not in the statute, but it's a reasonable request.
Well, and so for this meeting, we did notice, and it was 10 days is required, right?
And look how many people you got here.
Utah County Land Use Ordinance requires
So-
property notices to 10 days out.
10 days, yeah. So I guess the point is, so with 10 days, we got this group that's here, learned about this meeting with that 10 days notice. So my question is, if we postponed for 30 days, is that enough? What would people do with that notice?
That would be the question you would ask your attorneys.
No, I'm asking you, sir. What would you do with 30 days notice?
No, I'm not part of Salem. I wouldn't do anything with the 30 days notice. I'd show back up here. Okay, but the people
That's
from
my question, is
Salem and
what
the people I've heard,
is 30 days enough notice? And what would
I
people
think
do
you
with
should
30
ask
days
their
notice?
representative, not me.
The original 60 days. Statute says 60 days for the original statute.
60
And we'll be
days.
talking to lawyers and so on. I mean, this is going to be a whole process.
Don't talk to me,
You just signed up.
not me.
Any other questions for Mr. Patton?
Thank you.
Thank
for your
you.
time.
I skipped, Dwight Wagman, and then we'll go to Scott Blood.
Thank you for being here tonight, and you guys have a hard job. A couple of things I want to go ahead and mention. First of all, there's what's legal required and there's what's morally correct. And those are the things that we have to consider. One of the things we have to also consider is that we're not doing this just for us. We're doing it for 5, 10 generations down the road. How's that going to impact them? I mean, it may be some of your children or grandchildren that may be impacted because of that. You as individuals and as elected representatives, obviously you represent me. So that means that you put yourself in my position, that you're living in one of those houses. I feel for the Foxes where she's two sides of the power line. I mean, how as you as an elected official, put yourself in her position and say, what would I do if I was in that same position? What would be equitable and what would be right? My children, when they were learning to drive, I would tell them, you can be dead right. You can follow all the law and what is legally supposed to be doing. You go on green lights. But if somebody runs that red light, you're dead, even though you were right. And so you gentlemen and lady, Karen, you guys are in a, and I apologize, you're in a very difficult position, but that's what we have to look at. Nobody's disputing that there's not probably a need for electricity, but what's the impact? And put yourself in the shoes of the people that live in Salem Park and the proposed line. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Scott Blood and then Tasha Fox.
Thank you. I would dispute the gentleman back there. My property is the most beautiful property. And I didn't know in this meeting that the beauty and value view doesn't really count. It does matter to me as a fifth generation citizen of Benjamin. I didn't know about the 3-minute limit, so if you could be patient with me, because I believe I represent the entire community of Benjamin. Please ask that they move the massive poles and wires away from my front yard. I believe the intended placement has been chosen because it is literally the path of least resistance, a lazy decision, and most of all, destroying an important symbol of our community, and involves stealing the value of my property. I wrote to Warren Buffett asking that an alternate path be chosen. I spoke to his secretary, but did not ask to speak to him. I know he's a voracious reader. He would tell his secretary to not withhold anything. So I'm asking your CEO instead now to make this change. I believe Warren Buffett made a concession. I heard through Neil Lundell that they were going to move the lines 100 feet further south. I am grateful for that concession, but ask you, does that restore my property value? What does it do to an important symbol of our community? Already, my neighbors are considering selling their property because they don't want to live under the power lines. Blaine Evans, who's been there for a long time, no one will be a taker on his property. It's been listed for a long time. This is a pioneer home on the historical register. Why does it have to be destroyed? If this was somebody else's property, I would object just the same. It is a symbol of our pioneer heritage, and is one of the last unpolluted properties in the county. Thousands of people visit this farm. My relatives risked their lives, and some died for the right to own a property such as this. What would I tell the thousands of people, most of whom I don't even know, who will come and visit this property in the future? Just recently, 250 people had a reunion. Wedding pictures are taken here, senior pictures, missionary farewells, and even livestock pictures. What am I to tell them when they come? What am I going to say to my grandmothers and grandfathers, aunts and uncles who gave their lives to dig the irrigation ditches, planted the trees, paid for and dug over 100 wells? What do I tell the little kids who will now have to ride a pony under power lines? This historic property is a symbol of Benjamin. Why must it be destroyed? My grandfather, great-great-grandfather, Andrew, and his brother Benjamin, whom the town is named after, his home is under one of your buildings right here in Provo. His store is on Center Street. Does it all have to be destroyed in the name of progress? I don't fault this company, but ask you not to bow to a handful of builders. It's the builders, let's be all be honest, who bought the politicians who in turn dictate to the county, redefine water rights to suit the builders, and steal property value rather than do the project the ethical way. If you can't do the project without stealing, don't do the project. Now I say stealing. How is it stealing? Let me give a simple example. Please allow this. After we're done here, I'm going to go home to your house, and I'm going to arrange a contract to build a pig pen on your front lawn. The pig pen has to go somewhere. People want to eat bacon. I will rent 200 square feet of your front lawn for $100, which is 10 to 20 times the market rate we get for renting our farms based on acreage. Do you want to make that bargain? Neither do we. We don't want your fair market value, and I don't want the poles and wires in my front yard. In our agreement, I might one day remove the pig pen, and you get your beautiful view back.
Mr. Blood, thank you.
I'm almost done. When will you remove the poles from my front yard? So what is really going on here? I think we all know. They should build the power where they're using it. They shouldn't steal from us. There are 29 counties in Utah. Tell the builders to build in another county. If they can't build power generation, I already said that.
Mr. Blood, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate it. Tasha Fox. Have we already heard from Tasha Fox? You already went, okay. I think we already heard from Christine Blythe, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with that page. We've got 2 more pages. Mary Yarbera, did we hear from Mary? Yes. Wow, we're really screaming now. Okay, Kevin, we already heard from Kevin? Okay, Jackie Larson? Okay, and then next we will have Rex Larson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jackie Larson. I am the owner of 7 Bar Farming and the wife of a 6th-generation farmer. My family owns land and farms in Spanish Fork, Salem, and unincorporated Utah County. I am also here speaking as an elected board member of the Utah County Farm Bureau, where a part of my role is a grassroots advocacy on behalf of farmers and ranchers in our county. So because I'm here representing not only myself, but also the broader agriculture community, I respectfully request possibly the 7 minutes to provide my comments that reflect the concerns of multiple landowners and stakeholders rather than the standard 3 minutes. I do have my comments written down. I might go touch over 3. Is it okay if I just read what I have? Okay, thanks.
Let's hit 3 and see how you
I can talk really fast too, whichever you prefer.
You are talking fast.
I'm trying to go slow too. All right. So I'm asking that you not approve the Rocky Mountain Power's conditional use permit tonight and instead table it until critical issues are resolved. So contrary to what was stated by RMP, I believe that RMP does not meet the applicable standards listed in county policy, state code, and federal code, and RMP has not adequately mitigated for direct, indirect, or cumulative impacts. The proposed RMP route conflicts directly with our vested rights and long-established agricultural drainage infrastructure with the Benjamin Drainage District, which is a federally conditioned agricultural drainage system located between Spanish Fork and extending out to around West Mountain. So this isn't about one farmer operation. These systems serve thousands of acres of productive farmland in agricultural protected areas. RMP has not noticed or coordinated with the Benjamin Drainage District, Spanish Fork South Irrigation Company, or the Utah County Ag Advisory Board. There is also no mention of these entities and boards in the RMP Conditional Use Permit Sections 3.1 or Section 10. I also previously sent an email to RMP, and RMP told me they would respond weeks ago. They still have not. That email I forwarded to the Planning Commission earlier this afternoon that gives a little bit further description of any of my concerns. So in approving a permit without resolving these conflicts and those which I have mentioned in my email would risk long-term damage to agriculture in Utah County. And beyond the physical disruption, this RMP alignment risks the loss of Utah's greenbelt status for affected farms because RMP's proposed corridor is going to cause a loss of productive acreage. Their assertion that there is no real impact to farming fails to account for the functional, economic, and operational harm caused by this intrusion. Even if farming is technically allowed, the equipment restrictions, crop type limitations, and access difficulties render it impractical. Because even if direct cultivation isn't prohibited, the physical presence of poles, access roads, and required vegetation controls results in de facto removal of productive farmland. Farmers are forced to avoid these areas due to impracticality or hazard, and those who irrigate by sprinkler will now not be able to. So in Utah, the rollback tax provision under the Greenbelt Act requires that property continue to meet active agriculture production standards. If RMP project impacts reduce the productive acreage below the 5-acre minimum or otherwise impair the ability to meet these qualifications, this can potentially trigger an assessment of up to 5 years of back taxes at market value and loss of agricultural property tax status for their full parcel beyond that RMP weight. I'm almost done. That's a heavy and unfair financial burden to place on farmers simply because they're trying to stay in production, and a burden which results directly from the transmission line's use of our unique and important farmland. In addition, I think it's important for you to know that the proposed RMP alignment lies in an area with violations currently under federal investigation by the Department of Defense, raising further concerns that must be understood before approval is considered. So that being said, there is a better alternative that is less impactful and more cost efficient. So if the route remains on the south side of SR 164 and south of Bear Creek, and they bypass the drainage district boundaries, it would greatly reduce impacts to cultivating, farmland, drainage systems, and greenbelt eligibility, while still achieving RMP's transmission goals. So I requestfully ask that the Commission table this permit, require RMP to first consult with the affected districts, entities, and boards, and seriously evaluate what I have suggested as an alternative route that avoids or lessens many of these harms. I would also like to request that the Commission give myself and other board members with the Farm Bureau and Utah County Ag Advisory Board the opportunity to meet with you and discuss these issues in more detail, and if possible, to tour the area with me so you can see firsthand the impacts before you make your final decision. So thank you for your time and considering the voice of agriculture in this process. Thank you.
We have Rex Larson.
No.
And then Randy. It's got to be another Yara. It's another Yara. Young. Okay, it could be Young.
First of all, thank you for taking the time to do this. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Rex Larson, our farm, the part of the farm that's affected by this is located on 8000 South at east of I-15 off of exit 253. We currently have a thriving business there, Glen Ray's Corn Maze and Pumpkin Patch. We've been operating there for 8 years. Our family has been farming this land for 156 years. So our roots are pretty deep there. As we had the opportunity and asked for the opportunity to have Rocky Mountain representatives come on site to review what their plans would do to our property and the effects it would have now and in the future. The first thing is they said, well, the shed that you have here in the front with cement walls and a metal roof, the roof's got to go. And I went, okay, what good's a shed without a roof? But we have acquired an antique windmill that we're putting out front on the corn maze to advertise and to be something that'll be eye-catching. That's got to go. There's a lot of things that have been talked about. This corridor along 8000 South is both Spanish Fork and Salem's next commercial zone. They've stated that's in their master plans. That big power line just doesn't seem to be conducive. And the other thing that caught my attention, they said, well, if this board denies this or requires extra things, it's going to cost more and you got to pay for it. That kind of sounds like blackmail to me. But so that bothers me a little bit. I've got a few other points I'll hurry and get through so you guys can get home. We're not ready to locate now, but in the future, this could greatly impact what we do with our land. We've had numerous large box stores want to build there. And when they do, they build off the back and they put the pad sites right by the highway. Well, who's going to want to put a pad site? And they can't put a pad site or a building under this big line. Other points. We currently use drones to spray our corn for our corn maze. Power lines could affect how we operate the drones and spray the field. We already can't do planes or helicopters because of other problems. It would devalue our property. Are they going to compensate us for the future use and value? Currently, historic drain lines run under it. That was touched on by Jackie. They function. They've been there for 100 years, but they still work. And we want to keep them working. Two more things. If a utility easement is granted, then there's a greater possibility that other utilities will want to use that easement. They say, no, that won't happen, but I've seen it happen before. So, and then the last point, that gives us less usable ground for our business, for parking, for activities, for our corn maze. Please take all these things into consideration. And I don't envy your decision, but let's look at this and make sure that we're doing the right thing and putting it in the right place. As was mentioned by Jackie, there's other alternatives that we haven't touched on. I think this is by far their cheapest alternative because half of their right-of-way is already on a road that the state owns. So consider that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Randy and then Davin Stevens.
Great. Commission, it's good to stand before you. I got a hats off to Rex. What he had to say is exactly right. He doesn't know that I know him, but I know of his property. It's absolutely beautiful. I-15, in your mind, Benjamin exit's the only exit that's not developed. On I-15 from all the way up in Utah County, Davis County on down here, that's the only development that is not exit, that is not developed. And as he stated, 80th South is the main corridor for, he said, two cities, Salem on the south, on the east side of the road, Spanish Fork to the north, Spanish Fork to the north on the west side of the road, which I'm involved with, and on the south side of the road, on the west side of the road, is Payson. There's three cities. I'm involved in about 900-acre development there. Between me and several other developments, there's going to be about 17,000 home sites over the next 10 to 12 years. That's going to go in along this corridor. This is the prime thing where they talked about taxes and use of taxes. They talk about feasibility. What about the feasibility of the cities? I've got an ear of all three mayors, Mayor Wright, whom we've submitted to you for annexation, by the way, that property of 450 acres. into Payson. You're probably familiar with that. That's me. And then Salem, got property in Salem. And then, of course, Spanish Fork to the north on the west side. So I just throw that out. Feasibility, 17,000 home sites, prime property, prime exit, the only exit that can be truly developed. And I'm between two railroad tracks there on the west, not that you care, but that's kind of the division, yeah, and on the two cities. It's a big project. Anyway, thanks very much. Give it some thought. At least these guys need to bring power, perhaps. But let's look at an area or a corridor, a line that doesn't affect millions of dollars and cities and residents that are already there. Thanks.
We got Davin and then Rachel Ricks.
I already spoke. We're good.
Davin did, okay. Rachel?
Mr. Chair, can we ask people to state their name when they, because we have to record
yes.
this and we have to state their name, and sometimes we
Yes,
can't hear
please.
the name when they're clapping. Thank you.
Yes. My name is Rachel Ricks. Thank you so much for your guys' time tonight. The questions come up a lot. What will you do if you're given the proper 60 days notice that none of us have been given? Was mentioned at the earlier presentation today, when people were given the notice, they had community meetings. They said, as was stated before, they were able to realize things that happened on these properties they didn't know about. They found out about wells. They found out about just a bunch of different things. I believe that if we were given this proper notice, that the same things would be found, as has been talked about with all these farmers, which has been talked about with my community. I think the long-term effects here haven't been properly studied, and so we're just asking for the 60 days to feel like we have a voice and feel like we've been able to do our part to protect our community and where we come from. Maybe it results in the same thing here in 60 days, but I think that with all the information you've been presented, we just ask that we're given that right that is in the law so that we can potentially find a better solution. I think that's what anyone's asking for is, as a citizen, I see my point of view as a property owner, as a business owner myself. I feel for the people here that this is a really, really hard thing. People have got to get power. Everyone in this room wants power in their houses. Like has been stated before, I do believe that there are better solutions, and with what we've been able to do in a week, we really feel like we can work with the company to come up with a better solution and some other things that may be more costly but impact less people. And so that's what we're asking for tonight, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, I think after Rachel, we'll go to Joy Cochran. If you're here, Joy. There we go. And then on standby is Alan Steele.
Hi. Thanks for letting us talk today. I live just right here on this road. And this is the proposed power that they're line that they're trying to do. I feel for a lot of the farmers. I have several people in my family who farm in Colorado and in Oregon, and it's really tough. But I just feel like they said they tried to find alternate routes. This is like cutting straight in to our neighborhood, right along our neighborhood, and then straight in. Like, there's got to be other ways. I mean, they showed examples of like major reroutes. This is not like a major reroute. Like, I'd like to ask that they bury this or push it out to like the main road and just come down. There's got to be another way, because this is so intrusive and invasive for our neighborhood. And we've been there for about 3 years. Before we moved in, we visited the neighborhood at least 10 times, probably dozens of times. We went to the church to see what it was like. And specifically what we were looking for was the kids. I have 3 boys, actually one on the way. Surprise everybody. And I want them to be in a community with other kids. And this neighborhood has just hundreds of kids. I think the last time I heard, there were 250 kids under the age of 2 in our ward, which is just like insane. Like, there's so many kids, and I love it. And that's a huge reason why we're here. That's why we moved here. And ever since like a week ago when we got the notice from the county that these power lines are potentially going in, everyone is talking about like how they're gonna have to move, and that sucks. Like, this is so unnecessary to come this way, and it's destroying our neighborhood. So I'd like to ask, I mean, not just for the 60 days, but like, let's do something about it. Let's fix this issue, at least this one issue, and there's other issues that need to be fixed for the farmers and everyone else, but like, this one seems so easy, at least in my mind, because it's like, it's going along and then it cuts right into our backyards. One more point is the scientist guy, which, I don't know, like, all his slides said, like, under normal use, the EMF doesn't really cause any damage, but this isn't normal use. This is like 100 feet from our backyard, and that's constant EMF exposure, day in, day out. Like, that's not normal use. So any studies that say like normal EMF, like, this is not normal, and it's directly above us. Yeah, I guess that's all. So
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So if they move the power line out to the road, which is Arrowhead, if they move it out there, it seems to me some people are going to lose their houses.
There's no houses up here. This land is actually for, I guess there's a house right here. This is all fields.
There's 2 houses along that road across from Voorhees, Circle V.
Across here, there's a house here and there's a house here. Why can't you just run it along this line right here? That's not near any of the houses.
So, yeah, that's the question. Is it going to impact their houses, and do they have to move? Are they going to lose their house, or?
Well, that's a good question.
It's okay to impact their house.
Sure. But that's also not like 100 feet from their house. I'm proposing it going along this road, or even on, well, the Circle V's right here, but like, or even bury them, or come, so it's not like cut a different way. Like, there's got to be another solution to this. Like, for them to cut directly this way, impacting like all these houses, like, we're going to impact 2 houses where they might have to live.
So how far away from those houses is the line going to be?
Which houses? These?
Yeah.
I think they said, what was it, 135 feet or something?
No, not even close. It's like 20 feet.
20 feet?
Well, it's a 125-foot easement. How can it be 20 feet?
So I think the pole is 125, but then they actually, I wrote it down on my phone.
And it's probably a better question for Rocky Mountain Power.
Sure. 62 feet away from the property is what they had posed. Like the bars would be 62 feet from the property line.
Okay.
That's what they had said. Maybe they can correct me, but that's what was, I wrote it down when they said it.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
Yeah.
Alan Steele.
My name is Alan Steele. Thanks for your time. I'm a private landowner in Goshen Bay. My property is right, according to the little map you guys sent me, that yellow line goes right across the very south end of my property, which is wetlands, which is part of the Pacific Flyway. That's the very tip of our flyway. And if that line goes in there, it's going to restrict the flight patterns of a lot of the migratory birds. That line has got to be pushed back to the south about a quarter mile so them birds can get their altitude as they come off that south end. If you leave it right there, there's no way they can get over them high power lines. And that's my concern is the Pacific Flyway, because we've had that property since I was a young boy, and I've seen the thousands and thousands of birds that exit right there. And if that's where I think it is, right on my property line, it's got to go south about a quarter mile. And it's all government property, so it could be pushed south. And I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention that it'll affect that flyway. And as that lake raises, it comes up into there, and then birds follow it because that's where all that new feed's at. So a lot of times there's just thousands of birds right there in that south end. One other point is the hunters. Them hunters come in there, that's probably some of the best duck hunting on Utah Lake. And they come in there, and of course you know how duck hunters are. They're hunting in blizzards and fog and everything else. If they're shooting in there and they hit them power lines, that's going to cause quite a safety hazard for the hunters. So it's my suggestion that they push it back south. Anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you. I believe we've got through all those that wanted to speak. Is there? Oh, you are on the back. Well, okay. Oh, yes, here they are. Okay. Chamberlain, Miss Chamberlain. Cynthia, sorry, I can see it now. And then Miss Ortega after you. For the next topic. Okay, got it. Oh, yes, I see. Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm Cynthia Chamberlain. So I live all the way on West Mountain, 8,000 south as you hit the dead end where it hits the canal, with my whole row of people here. But I have issues that aren't just with my little one-lane road that isn't wide enough for even the base of these towers. Again, we did not get notice until we received it from Utah County last week. We have pressurized irrigation lines that run all over up there, and that hasn't been mentioned yet, but if they're going to set footings, what happens to these pressurized irrigation lines? They run right up my lane. I don't understand how that works. EMF has been proven to affect the growth of plants. We have our orchard and our grape vineyard right on the side of our lane. How's that going to be impacting? The noise levels can impact those of us with neurological conditions. That has been proven. Future homes were given priority over existing. They spoke to developers, but not to home and property owners. So they talked to the developers and they said, oh, we talked to these developers, we talked to these cities. When they had the little thing where, oh, these might be the places that we go a year ago, they said, oh, we're going to talk to you. If we decide to go down this route, we're going to talk to every property owner. That didn't happen. They talked to developers of futures, but not the existing. Splitting the parcels right down the middle. I've got several of our neighbors, their parcels get split right down the middle, and that doesn't make sense. There's roads, there's existing ways to do this. The zoning laws, they said, oh, we haven't broken any zoning laws. Well, perhaps the zoning laws as they exist, with no height restrictions and with no side restrictions, maybe that's possibly outdated. Maybe that was presented when we didn't have 125-foot poles. I'm not sure how long ago that was made, but perhaps that was outdated. And yeah, there's a lot of concerns, and I don't think that they've been mitigated with their lack of communication. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that we missed?
Sorry, thanks for letting me take a little bit of time. Most things that I had concerns with have
What's
been
your
addressed.
name, please?
David Miller.
David Miller.
I own a couple hundred acres out in West Mountain. Just recently had built a big equine facility that this runs right behind. I have another friend who's just built, when I say big equine facilities, these are multi-million-dollar facilities. So there is some impact there. But the thing that I wanted to bring up was this, you asked the question about 60 days. What would you do with the 60 days? The thing I would like to know more about is the cost impact between these other options. I'm failing to understand why we would let somebody do land grabs. We already have a couple of these corridors that are in place. They have smaller lines on them. I understand there's some issues with I-15 and what's going on there, but I'd like to understand the cost associated with those things where there is no impact beyond what's already there. And maybe there is some impact that I'm not aware of, but the 60 days, I would hope we would understand the cost difference on the other options. Thank you.
Okay, it seems like, is there anyone else?
I was standing in line, Your Honor, and I didn't get to.
Okay, yeah, let's hear from you.
My name is Clark R. Fleming, United States Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, retired. In 1982, in February, I left my wife and my newly born daughter in the Utah Valley Hospital and went off to Officer Candidate School. After 21 years in the Marine Corps, I signed on with the Drug Enforcement Administration, worked for them for 20 years. Came back to Utah Valley in 2022, and we're drawn to this wonderful community in southern Utah County. Yeah, I was shocked to learn about this border, this line of poles coming into my community. One of the things I learned as a young lieutenant, I had a very, very wonderful commanding officer who pulled me aside and said, look, the mission always comes first. But once you take care of the mission, take care of your people. If I understand correctly, you were provided a recommendation to approve this as it is written. I'm asking you to consider if there's a way to execute this mission and take care of the people. Maybe you can move that boundary. Maybe they'll be able to do that. Semper Fi. Thank you, gentlemen. Ma'am.
Anyone else? Thank you. I would like to go back to the applicant for some time to rebut maybe some of the comments you've heard, if you care to do so.
I can probably just address a few items, and then if there's a few items that you'd like to address as well. So I just wanted to provide some clarification. Someone had mentioned that we had stated that we had only provided radio and newspaper notifications, which was actually, that's just, there's a misunderstanding there. We actually provided letters, and I did state earlier when I was up here that I can provide the commission with a copy of our mailing list that came from the county records. But this is the letter that was sent out. This is a copy of what was sent out. It has the open house lists on it, and it does have our mailing address on it, and it does provide contact information with an email as well as the website that does have all of our information. We really did want to make sure that we were reaching everybody within that study area. So I'm happy to talk with individuals one-on-one. We are working on some responses regarding letters that were emailed to us. So, we will, look to address everybody that has submitted some comments. Yes, sorry.
I'm just wondering, when was that letter sent?
This one was for a open house that we added at the end, which was July 1st. The other ones went out April of 2024. Yes, of 2024. And the other ones went out, I believe it was April 24th. I have those. I think they're just over there.
So, and these letters were about the open houses, and at the open houses, you still had several alternatives that were being
we had
presented?
our preferred route, but we showed
route.
all of the alternatives so that we could let everybody know why those alternatives were not the preferred option.
Okay.
Additionally, I just wanted to clarify, there was a misunderstanding that the rates would only go to the individuals here in Utah County. The rate, if there's a rate increase, that goes to all customers. That doesn't just go to anyone in Utah County. That is if there is a request for a major adjustment that doesn't fall within the project alignment. And so that is where the cost would fall on the county. And then there was some comments.
Wait.
Oh, yes.
So the cost, if there's an adjustment from this preferred route that costs more money, that cost does not fall on Utah County?
That does, if it falls out of that project cost.
Okay,
It's just that the cost of an overall project, the rates go to everybody.
Yeah, that is serviced by Rocky Mountain.
Yes.
Okay.
And then there were some questions and comments about migratory birds. And so I did just want to turn some time over to Patty Peterson to address some of those concerns.
Maybe before you go, I have a quick question, if that's okay.
Yes.
Two questions. One is, who is an affected landowner? I know that's got to be a defined term in a statute.
I did want to touch on that. Yeah. So if you look at Utah State Code, it does not give a distance. It says affected landowners within the route, so the study area. So our study area is 500 feet, which is 250 feet on each side of the center line. So 500 feet is not laid out in Utah State Code. It just talks about
So the code just says
affected landowners
affected
within
landowner.
that corridor, and our corridor,
And
our
there's-
study corridor is 500 feet of the, so the center line, and then
What was the
250
number that
feet.
you guys, that Rocky Mountain came up with?
Yes, our study corridor.
Your
Because
study.
the
But
code
that's
says
not-
affected landowners within the corridor. So our
Whatever that
corridor
means.
is 500 feet.
So you're saying you would have notified the landowners where the power lines were directly sitting? Power lines are sitting here, whichever land is right here, and
They would
250
be
feet on either
notified,
side,
and then
not
250
adjacent parcels, but just along that corridor.
Correct. And then we did notify each of the land use authorities who could also share that information. We did, a couple of the local jurisdictions asked for pieces that were created that could go out on their social media posts. So, we also provided ways for them to push out that information. A lot of them just posted our notice and our letters on their web pages and their social media pages as well. We did really in good faith try to reach everybody along the route. So
I just want to maybe between you and the county notification so you went 250 feet and all those addresses, but we went on the county notification. It was
adjacent to the proposed right of way.
Adjacent. So if it was touching their property.
Proposed right-of-way. Yeah, they had a defined right-of-way, proposed right-of-way, the 125 feet wide.
Okay, the 125.
So if they were adjacent to that boundary, they received a notice from us.
So it sounds like that was a smaller range than what they
potentially
what they've said that they use.
In the situation we're talking about, this neighborhood, ours technically were just the boundary between the county and the city. We went a little beyond and did 2 houses in, I think.
Do you think, I'm just conjecture here, but like when I see a notice from the county, my eyes are going to fly open, like, what is this, right? But if I see a notice from, Rocky Mountain Power, I'm like, maybe I'm not as concerned about something from Rocky Mountain Power. That's just my, like I'm thinking junk mail probably when I see Rocky Mountain Power. But when I see something from the county, I'm going to pay attention to it. Is there a chance maybe people just missed it in their mail?
Especially if they're not Rocky Mountain Power customers.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But we have 2 different standards here, it sounds like. We have a county standard with our ordinance, and we have a state standard. And what you're saying is the state standard does not define affected property owners.
Correct.
Well, it defines
just says
affected,
within the study, within the corridor, which is our corridor.
What's the corridor then?
So we take that as our corridor, which is the 500 feet, 250 feet on each side of the center line.
But the 500 feet isn't defined in the statute.
No, there is no distance defined in state statute.
So who decides the affected corridor?
So I would assume that everybody that is, has a project that they're noticing they know what their corridor is. So we know what our study corridor is, which is the 500 feet.
Okay. I think it's just difficult for you folks to kind of define that if there's no guidance by the statute. And, it's a subjective decision that's made. And okay.
Was Salem Park addresses in your list?
The Snowy Egret addresses on that north side, they are on our mailing list. And so that is what is confusing to us as well. But we can provide those mailing lists to the commission.
Okay. The other question I have.
Oh, yes. And on the east side, right where that road is, so that L.
Okay. The other question I have is just to confirm, we've got a 125-foot wide easement. And does that easement abut the property line of Salem Park, or is there a gap between the property line of Salem Park and the south edge of the easement?
That is I'm going to let Rita answer that.
I'm trying to get a feel for it, because the line is Is it one single line that's running through these poles, or we got 4 or 5 lines? I'm trying to get a figure how far from a line is a home.
And are you talking a single line of poles or double wides? I've got double wides by me.
They're not double. If by double wide you mean 2 poles, it's not. They're single monopole structure. Where's the clicker?
Based on a measurement from the whole line.
Based on a measurement from their picture.
So let's start with the right of way.
Hey, let us talk to them. Okay, I know you guys want to talk so bad. It's okay.
We do want to answer questions, but okay. This is what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
They're single monopole, not side by side like that. Yep. That's showing the difference between a single circuit and 2 different configurations of a single circuit. So the pole on the left is one where it's like Richard, tell me if I'm wrong here, but it's where the circuits would overhang one side of the right of way. The pole on the right shows how the circuits are on both sides of the pole. The right of way is 125 feet in entirety. So that means it's 62 and a half feet from the center line to each side. This is hard to paint the picture, but so in the case of the property that is on the north side of Salem Park, the right-of-way would start at the edge of the property on the north side of Salem Park and go north to the pole at 62 and a half feet, and then north to the edge of the right-of-way on the north. So it's not, what I'm trying to say is that the southern edge of the right-of-way on that north side of Salem Park, the edge of the right-of-way is at the edge of the property owner on the north side. It doesn't start at the houses in Salem Park. It doesn't start at the fence line. It starts at the edge of the property. It would be surveyed to be at the edge of the property on the landowner on the north.
So the easement area will abut the north line of the Salem Park subdivision.
The property line.
Yeah. Okay.
And with this picture, north is up, right?
Not the house, not the house, but the property line.
Correct.
So it would be the property line, then 62 and a half feet, and then there would be a pole there.
Correct.
So on that corner that had, it looked like there were 2 poles possibly, or 2 dots there.
That's a conceptual design. We're not, that's very important to point out. We have not completed design of this transmission line, so it's really important to note that we don't know exactly where poles are going. But we did, we know that there has been some literature put out that shows, a pole at every house, and that's not accurate. We can space them, as I mentioned in our presentation, 600, 800 feet, even more in some cases, to make larger spans. They're not placed. There will not be a transmission line pole at every home along that north side.
Yeah, you said like 400 feet maybe between poles.
600 to 800.
Yeah, 600, 800, yeah. Okay.
Typical.
So I understand that burying lines is 20x in expense, right? Something like that.
So as I showed in the presentation, the challenges around undergrounding are not limited to cost.
Oh yeah.
But sorry, continue with your question.
Question is, was it considered portions being underground and other portions being above ground?
So again, that doesn't make it less cost or impact prohibitive. One thing I'd really want everybody in the room to look at right now is the picture on the right. That say you have a stretch of, the transmission line where even in a world where you could conceivably put it for a mile or a half a mile, you would have to have one of those substations at the entry point and the exit point.
And how far apart is that?
That would just depend on, where you exit, where you drop down, where you pop back up. We've stated in the presentation that undergrounding this voltage, the 345 kV, isn't something that Rocky Mountain Power has the capability to do. It isn't feasible for this project. We went over how it's not common at this high voltage for any utility. You know, where you will see this type of infrastructure is underneath airport runways, that type of thing. Not in areas where an overhead transmission line is more feasible.
Isn't that where they're going to put the Salem Airport, right there?
Can you help me understand what feasible looks like? What is your criteria for determining the feasibility of one choice over another in this instance?
Yeah, so it's a good question. So when we're trying to evaluate the feasibility of a proposed route to bring to a body such as yourselves, we look at, first we design a study area, right, which is basically a big circle around point A and point B. And we're looking at opportunities and constraints. And we do a whole analysis of opportunities and constraints of each route, and then we compare them against each other. As we dig into the data and learn more about constraints, and constraints are existing homes, proximity to existing homes, constraints are like what I talked about along Highway 6, where there's just not enough physical space. Constraints are things that are, protected areas. Constraints can be for, wildlife and other like protected areas that are in the data that we can refer to and know about. So those are examples of things that we consider constraints that we would then move away from that route and look for routes that have more opportunities. Opportunities are existing linear features, which are things like roads, edges of fields, highways, railroad right-of-ways, existing linear features. Opportunities can be I know that there are folks in the room who don't agree, and this is always a tough topic, but when you're routing a transmission line, things like agricultural land are considered an opportunity because there is so much opportunity to work with the landowner on pole placement and to minimize impact to existing farming operations. Other opportunities are, areas where there hasn't been development. And so we look at all of those, compare them to each other, and the routes that present more opportunities and less constraints are the ones that are more feasible, meaning that they're defensible in a room such as this. We can defend the route as the proposed and the route that, we do want to construct. They're feasible because they meet the requirements of the company as far as cost and constructability goes. You don't want to have a line with too many, jagged turns or cutting across too many. You can't build a line as the crow flies, right? Because if we did that, we'd be too impactful. So feasibility means a combination of all those things. How did the route reveal itself or perform in the routing study? Does it meet the design and constructability requirements of the company? Does it meet the costs as set out and required by the PUC, when they obtain their approval from them? And is it defensible in a room like this?
Okay. And you may not have the data and the information to answer this question, but can you speak to the specifics of what was asked here of can the line be moved to the two roads that are, I guess it would be north, I don't know, of the development?
So, yeah.
Anywhere closer to those roads. Do you have enough information to answer that?
I think I do. So if we go north to Arrowhead and then back down, that's a structure that's too much of an angle to come down. Like it's too much of a triangle.
Okay.
Additionally, there are homes up there, and we would be within, on people's property, direct impact to property with a home on it. That I'm not trying to minimize the concerns of folks in Salem Park that we would be on the north side of their property, but we are in someone else's, field property, and there's more opportunity for, like I said, for us to microsite with that property owner. So those are sort of the reasons why that route doesn't work. But that angle coming back down on Arrowhead is problematic.
Does it work to move it like 100 feet?
That is something that would have to be discussed with the property owner on the north.
But as far as your trajectories, your alignment is concerned, it's a conversation that could potentially happen.
I don't want to, I can't, that's a conversation that would have to happen with the property owner on the north. But it's a conversation that where we put poles on property is a conversation that we engage in all the time with landowners. That is something that I wanted to clarify. I know that, we're in one phase of this project right now, trying to get our permits so that we can move forward. The next immediate phase is going to be reaching out to landowners who are directly impacted. And Rocky Mountain Power will negotiate with those landowners in good faith to obtain easements. That's a very important and lengthy part of the process. We don't get these permits, and start building. There's a whole lot of work that comes after this.
There is, but we do recognize the power differential that occurs in that kind of a conversation and negotiation where you're a utility that has abilities, things in your tool set that a landowner can't negotiate against.
Yeah, I'm not trying to ignore the rights that Rocky Mountain Power has. I'm just saying that we do want to be clear that the intention is to reach out to any and every landowner that's directly impacted. We were giving out cards earlier to discuss those easement negotiations with them individually.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You spoke to the one alternative to the north. Can you speak to the one that went south?
Yeah, in short, there's too much development and it's causing physical constraints. The Salem Park neighborhood is a new neighborhood. There's a lot of new neighborhoods coming up in that area. I don't know why I can't remember the name of it. I've only driven by it 100 times.
Because it's 9:24 and you're tired.
Yeah, starts with a V. Viridian. We did meet with them because that was an opportunity to us. It was like, this is new. These homes aren't here yet. You have linear areas where we could co-locate, but it didn't end up being feasible because they had already had their master development plan approved. I know that, I understand that they went through a lengthy process to do that. Where the homes are being built are too close to the road, which is over the canal, and we physically couldn't go in there. We even looked at trying to go down the middle of the road, like literally down the middle of the road right there. And it's not.
Median.
Yeah, the median. It didn't end up being a feasible option. So to answer your question, it's the development in general that has caused, this to be certainly one of the most difficult projects I've ever routed. And then on the south side, those were the pinch points. The developments on that pink route south of the proposed route are the ones that were really just caused too many problems.
But don't you have the ability through the Viridian project to take the land that you want? Just because it's master plan and platted doesn't prevent you from taking the land.
I guess we could. I don't know how that's a fair
You're taking
alternative.
land somewhere, and just because it's master plan, it seems to me not to be a reason not to take that land. I said two negatives there.
Well, I would argue that would be. I guess so you're suggesting that we would take the land from the developer and put a transmission line? Yes. So, well, it isn't something that we explored. I do think that would take, tax-paying homes away from Utah County. It would take the ability for new homes like those in Salem Park to be built. So I'm not sure that would be a reasonable alternative. It is an alternative. I'm not sure that it would be reasonable than going on an open parcel.
But it's open now.
The Viridian development?
Yeah.
They're breaking ground and digging dry utilities and putting structures
But
up.
there's lots of open ground there right now.
Again, it's something that is potentially something that could be explored, but again, the parcel in question with the Salem Park neighborhood is an open parcel with a willing landowner to negotiate it with us. So taking land from D.R. Horton over that isn't necessarily a reasonable request. Again, and also that isn't, the D.R. Horton development isn't the only pinch point on that south route. There's, as I said, numerous developments that have caused problems for, us to physically fit on that route.
Okay, so that raises the other question I had is, you mentioned landowners who are directly affected by the project. And what's your definition of direct?
Well, it would be a landowner with whom we would be impacting their property, from whom we would need to obtain an easement from.
So not neighboring landowners, it would just be the landowner through which the easement runs.
That's correct.
Okay. And then how far off the road, 8,000 south, is that line? And as I look at it, it looks like it's going to go on the south side of 8,000.
Where, sir? Where on
just before you get on the east side of the freeway? Is it going on the north side or south? It looked like it was on the south side. Is it on the north side?
It's on the north side.
Yeah,
it's
that's
on the
correct.
Spanish Fork side.
South side?
It's on the Spanish
It's on the
Fork
Spanish
side.
Fork side. It's on the north.
Because it crosses Christensen's property and then it crosses the road?
Yeah.
And then it goes down?
Yep.
And how far into that property is that easement? Are you going to be 100 feet off the road, 50 feet off the road? Because that road's going to widen.
We're aware of
Right?
that. We're working with the, the road widening team. We meet with them regularly.
UDOT, then you got to work with UDOT.
Yeah, we work with
Isn't that a
UDOT.
state road right there, Bryce?
Yes, it's UDOT. We will be so it's a road widening project they're in the, throes of planning it.
So you got to push, because that road's going to get really wide. It's got to get really wide. You've got to push that easement right now a long way off the road.
The easement will be, from the edge of the end of the road after it's widened from 60.5 feet,
right.
62.5 feet to the center line, and then 62.5 feet to the north, so 125 feet.
Is your project going to beat the road, or is the road going to beat your project?
Do we know? We're going to beat the road.
Okay, that's what I would think. And so for a period of time, that line is going to look like it's right through somebody's, it's going to be deep off the existing road.
That's correct.
That is immaterial, but I thought it was a cool question anyway. But
I have a question for you, Rita. So what would you do with 60 days? It seems like there's a concern that there wasn't notice and whatever. Postponement seems like one of the options that is running through minds. I just wonder. I mean, I heard from some of these people.
So I guess
they would do with
my
60
answer
days.
is that 60 days isn't a part of our schedule.
Not part of your schedule.
And we have been working at this since 2023, late 2022.
And aren't we, correct me, but it seems to me the 60 days isn't 60 days from now. It's 60 days from the application. We have to have another hearing. Am I remembering that correctly?
Statute gives us 60 days from the date that the application was filed to make a decision.
Yeah. So it's not 60 days from today. It's 60 days from the date the application was filed.
Yes, sir. The chairman's talking about the 60 days. They're required to give notice to all affected landowners 60 days before filing the conditional use application. So two different periods.
I mean, so the state 60 days versus the county 60 days.
Well, I don't.
So they need to notify 60 days before they file the application with the county. So the letter that they sent a year ago is what they're counting as the 60 days notice.
Yep,
Okay.
that's how we met. It's a minimum of 60 days, and that's how we met state code and provided opportunity for open houses.
And we wanted to have, fit all of those, the public open houses before we submitted our application.
Let me get clarification too, just to make doubly clear. None of the Salem Park homes are directly affected, so none of them are in consideration at all for any kind of property.
They're not in the right of way.
Negotiate
No,
with any of them.
they're not in the right of way. They wouldn't be negotiated with for easements.
They're defined as directly affected in the law.
Back properties are considered in the study area, so within that 250
Right.
feet on each side of the route. So the properties along, is that Woodland Hills Drive? Is that what that is? Woodland Hills Drive, and then along Snowy Egret on the north side of that road. Those were the properties that were
Notified.
included in our
Included in the
main
study,
notification.
but they wouldn't be included in any kind of deliberations
But
of.
yeah, like when we do the easements and right-of-way discussions with property owners, they would
Right.
not be.
They count as affected landowners.
I was going to ask another question. Spaced me.
So from the time they file the application until this body makes a decision, is there a requirement?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
60 days from the date of
And
filing.
how many days are we from the date of the application today?
It was July 11th.
July 11th, so we're at 30-something days.
Business days or calendar days?
Just says days.
Our next scheduled planning commission meeting would be outside of that 60 days.
Would be outside of the 60 days. So essentially, if we don't decide today, we're outside of ordinance or state law.
Unless we determine that proper notice wasn't given, but then we've got to define and fight that battle of whether proper notification was given.
That's correct, and that is a may, it's not a shall. You do have that ability. If you can make that finding, you may be able to have that noticing requirement met.
Let me just ask you guys, I know you guys did the things that were required to do proper notice. Based on the turnout that we have here tonight, would you feel like you gave enough notice to enough people, or do you think maybe, well, I mean, obviously maybe next time we can do something different, but do you feel like people deserve more time?
I would never say that people don't deserve more time. Any project of this scale, we want people to feel like they were heard. That's why we had 5 open houses, which isn't a requirement. That was extra in order to allow for people to comment. We want public engagement. So I would never say that people don't deserve all the time in the world. We're working with what we have, right? We have the county records in order to send notifications. We have those addresses to send those notifications. We can't physically go make people open their mail. We can't go and say, hey, I know you're having a crazy day and you just might pitch this. You need to look at this one. That's out of our abilities.
You have made some on-site visits with some of these property owners.
Yeah, when people ask us to come out onto their ground, we do that.
Okay.
Are there more questions for the applicant?
The home value still hasn't been addressed, I'm sorry.
It's not for this body to address home values.
Oh, I just would like to hear from Mark on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yep.
commissioners. Thank you for the time.
Is there more discussion from the commission?
I'd have a question, just to frame our consideration here. The items that are listed in the land use ordinance, they're pretty much laid out on pages 27, 28, probably 26 of the packet of the mitigations. Is that an exhaustive list of these? This is the scope of what we consider as far as conditions that could be placed on an application, is just these things, or is it, here's some examples?
No, we're limited to our ordinance. However, the first thing you do is identify an anticipated detrimental effect. You don't get to a condition until you identify the detrimental effect.
Right.
So once you identify an anticipated, detrimental effect, then we start considering, okay, what do we do to mitigate that, if it can be mitigated? If you'll just take that process through each item, then that's how you do your job tonight.
Right, are those detrimental effects only the ones that are listed in the land use ordinance? Which I think I still haven't.
We can put conditions.
Yes.
1 through 20. If you find a detrimental
I'm
effect,
talking about. Yeah.
put it in one of those boxes. Put it in one of the pigeonhole it somewhere there, and you can impose a condition.
If you think that something's a detrimental effect, but it doesn't, it's not called out here as, to mitigate injury, loss of life, that sort of thing, then it's not a detrimental effect that should be
The
considered.
perfect example, as Mr. Roberts pointed out, is value is not part of the ordinance.
Correct.
You cannot consider that.
And that was part of my
Yeah,
question, if I hadn't
thought
seen that
you might
in
be
here.
going there.
Mhm.
That's a good example. Yes, it's probably a detrimental effect, but it's not one that we can condition in your conditional use permit.
And it's not an unconstitutional taking because the land has not been removed from the landowner just because the value's been changed. It's not unconstitutional to change the value of someone's land just to remove it from them without due compensation.
Yeah, we're not taking land. We're not taking views.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not a taking.
No.
Don't go there.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the extent of my questions.
Maybe this is another question for Rocky Mountain Power really quick. I know we kind of touched on this, but possibly talking to the landowner just north of Salem Park, if it were at all possible to move that easement. I don't know if that's a possibility at this point in the discussions, or if
They have talked to that.
So that gentleman isn't here tonight, so we don't know if he would want us to move it into his property or not, and that's a conversation we would have to have with him.
Okay. Is it something that you could discuss with them?
Yeah,
or
I said that
this is
earlier,
okay.
but that we with every easement, with every landowner, we talk about pole placement. If it's feasible for the company and reasonable to the landowner, we will do it. But that's, again, the conversation with that landowner, because that's his property.
Thank you. So can the commission come up with a detrimental impact? We've heard from the community. Is there a detrimental impact that we need to identify?
Well, my concern with this is just this notice issue. And it's been represented on both sides that, well, on the one side, notice was given, on the other side, notice wasn't given, and we have no evidence either way. And we're not a evidentiary body at any rate. So we can't collect all that evidence and review it. I don't know if Bryce's team could, but I still am concerned that perhaps statutory notice wasn't given. And with that issue out there, I'm feeling like, from my perspective, I'd like to push this and so that issue can be reviewed and to see if proper notice was in fact given. The challenge, of course, is now with the county position is it's going to fall outside of our next meeting. So we'd have to have some kind of special meeting to come back and do that and review this again at a special meeting, which I guess we can have, which means you got to spend a bunch of money to spend more notices out.
So you kind of asked two questions as it relates to county planning commission meeting. You do have the ability to set a special meeting. We would not have to send property notices out because this would be a continued item. So we wouldn't have to remail our property notices. But we would have to meet all state requirements for advertising a public meeting outside of our approved regular schedule.
But if we postpone because we believe that they weren't noticed properly, isn't the next regular meeting then suitable? I mean, it sounds like we're going to be required to keep the law. I mean, I guess we're going to be required to stay on time because but
It's kind of a chicken before chicken.
we feel like maybe
situation.
they
It's
haven't
like,
kept the time.
It depends on what the finding is.
Yeah.
If you feel like that hasn't been met, then
Yeah, if we feel like that hasn't been met, then
then-
we don't have to have a special meeting right at, day 59 in order to meet our deadline, because we've determined that they haven't met their requirement, so we can push this to whatever date we deem appropriate and give the time to do the notices.
Haven't met the state statutory 60-day notice.
If we feel they haven't, then we can push our date because we feel like they didn't meet their date. And now, I'm not saying that that's what we need to decide. I don't know, but I'm saying.
I appreciate that
'cause
clarification.
I don't
though.
think that means we need to, try and plan a meeting 23 and a half hour, days from now, a certain hour so we can hit our deadline.
No, but I appreciate the clarification.
I think Mr. Ayer may have some additional information related to this.
The only exception to the 60-day rule is if you as a planning commission may withhold a decision on a public utilities land use permit until the public utility satisfies the notification and public workshop requirements.
So they could submit evidence tomorrow, and we
We
would
do
have that satisfied.
We would do a special meeting to hit the 60 days.
So, I mean, obviously they've, posted and notified on some of these workshops and stuff like that. Is there how broad does that have to be? I mean, obviously there's a lot of people that say they did not get any notification. So how do we define that they notified?
They have to prove to you that the public entity shall send notice to an affected landowner. They don't have to prove receipt or reading it, just sending it.
So back to what I heard earlier, if I heard correctly, the residents in Salem Park are not affected landowners because they don't lie in the easement?
No, they still would have gotten they would have had
They
the
should have
notification.
because
They
of the
were,
study
and
area.
Rocky Mountain Power said they were on their mailing lists. That was a different, that's later
Because that's in
impact.
the study area.
Yeah, the study area, they all send out.
But if they're not considered an affected property, I think there's some
That's
potentially
a
gray area there.
separate, that's a separate issue.
The affected landowner. According to the statute, affected landowner means an owner of a property interest as reflected in the most recent county tax records as receiving a property tax notice whose property is located within a proposed corridor. Proposed corridor is defined as the transmission line route within a target study area selected by the public utility as the public utility's proposed alignment for a high voltage power line. I could find no distance to, or the width of a corridor in the statute. It doesn't exist.
It does allude to that study area, which they have defined as a 500-foot
They have.
study area.
Yeah,
So
targets-
those technically, in my
target study
elementary
area-
mind, become affected properties.
Target study area is not defined either.
Yeah.
As far as a distance.
So we're kind of, they said they sent out, they have proof that they sent out, but we have plenty of people who didn't get a notification.
But are they within that study corridor?
Yes.
So that would be the determining factor, or whether or not the notification requirements were met.
Well, let's exclude Salem Park. Okay, it seems to me they're not in the affected corridor. That's what it seems to me. But we did have some landowners that show up and said they didn't get the notice, and they are clearly within the affected corridor because it's their land the easement goes through. Steve Wilson was one, and there were a few that. So Salem Park's a separate issue in my mind. Whether or not they're entitled to notice, I am not convinced that they are. But certainly the landowners who are going to lose some of their land are. And from my viewpoint, taking their testimony, it's not testimony, but taking their their experience and what happened to them. They didn't get notice. To me, that's enough evidence to me that sufficient notice wasn't given to the landowners. So my feeling is that, yes, we don't make a decision tonight, and we give these affected landowners the opportunity to be properly noticed, and then we have to rehear it again.
So if we were to do that, if we were to make a finding that we're not confident that proper notice was given, if Rocky Mountain then submits to the county in the next couple of days evidence that they did notify each of those, do we then have a duty to move forward our meeting to?
In my opinion, no, we don't, because we can make a decision now based on what we've heard. And then Rocky Mountain Power can bring forward their evidence and said, yes, we did, and then we'll hear that at the next hearing. I don't know, County Attorney, is that thinking off base? Are we within our statutory guidelines to move like that?
If they submit evidence and we miss that window because we wait till our next meeting, have we?
But what we're saying is the Utah statute wasn't complied with, not the county ordinance, but the Utah statute, which means it's a whole new 60 days.
At least.
Yeah, I don't know about a whole new 60 days. It's an exception to the 60-day rule. You're required to rule on the application within 60 days of it being filed. This is the only exception to that. And it says you can just withhold the decision until you are until the public utility satisfies the notification and public workshop requirements.
And that's my question, is if they satisfy that by presenting evidence, does that move us back into that 60 days?
It might. We would react to it.
Yeah,
if
but
that comes in,
we can't consider whatever they would submit until the next meeting. I mean, that's the next time we meet, right?
Right.
So that's the next chance we would have to hear evidence. They could submit it right now, I mean, as soon as we adjourn, and we wouldn't be able to talk about it until the next meeting, right?
Right. It just moves the date of that meeting.
And I also heard Dale say that you know, not receiving it isn't enough evidence to, right? I mean, like this would just be.
To me, it's the sheer volume of people. Like, I understand there's a lot of people who don't check their mail. Mm-hmm. It just feels like there are a lot of people who came forward and have said they did not receive notice of any kind. And you know, I don't know if there's a gremlin eating the mail, but it seems to me like there is a lot of residents who didn't get notified somehow. And I don't, yeah.
Could you read that statute again, that exception?
The exception. Notwithstanding subsection 1, which is the 60-day rule. If a public utility does not satisfy the notice of intent requirements in accordance with section 301, which is the notice, and public workshop requirements in section 302, a land use authority, which is you, may withhold a decision on a public utility's land use permit until the public utility satisfies the notification and public workshop requirements.
Okay, so I would make a motion. Are we ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
I would make a motion that we withhold our decision until the public utility brings forth evidence of notice to the affected parties.
I'll second that.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah, it is, I think.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion about the motion?
Council?
Maybe Mr. Roberts, I would just refer to the statute also, might be helpful. 54, 18, 304.
And that motion is made pursuant to 54,
18,
18,
304.
304.
I accept that adjustment.
Of the Utah State Statute.
Utah State Code annotated.
Uh-huh. Squiggly. line thing?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
don't want to interrupt, but
Right.
so in addition to the testimony, for lack of a better word, from the applicant that they mailed them out, we do have a email, I believe, that we received, our staff received last June 2024, indicating that the applicant had mailed out those affected property owner notices. So I mean, that's the evidence we have currently. Is that correct, Greg? You were the recipient of that.
Right, yeah. Just to read a portion, it said, our team has been in contact with you regarding the proposed Spanish Fork to Mercer transmission line project. I am following up with you to let you know we have mailed property owner notification to landowners along the alternative routes under construction. While we also sent you a mailed letter copy and see the attached electronic version for your records. As part of our initial permitting process, we are hosting, and then goes on to talk about public meetings and public input. And then they did attach the document that has the information and also the map.
Did they provide all of the addresses they emailed to? Or
They did
mailed
not.
to? Did what?
They did not.
Did not.
Mr. Chair, I have something material I would love to tell you about.
No, thanks. Not right now, sorry.
So anyway, I'm sorry, I just wanted to make it clear that that was something that we had received. We want to make sure that you guys were aware of that.
Well, I would like to continue with my motion, and I appreciate that, and I'm not doubting that, but we do have affected landowners who stood before us tonight who have said, I didn't get it. And this is a huge impact on the landowners. So I want to make sure that they got the statutory notice. And if it means, and I don't know what Rocky Mountain Power does after this, but if it was me, I'd bring in the certified mail receipt and say, yeah, they got it. And then
Is notification required to go out by certified mail?
No.
I don't believe so.
No, sir.
Well, then they can't bring that to us.
Be kind of hard. I mean,
Unless they did it on their own. It's just not required by statute. They may have used some system.
Just
like
a
that.
mailing then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just have the mailing list.
But yeah, it's just a mailing list. But so it's almost like a bankruptcy notice. You got a matrix of mailers, and here's all the people we mailed to. And which is what you're saying you have.
Well, yeah, let me explain how we handle this on our end. We hear this all the time. If you've been in some of our meetings, people will
yeah, I was going to say, we must have
didn't-"
gone through a notice, concern, complaint
Correct.
once before in
So
our lives.
What we do is we prepare a documented mailing list and a copy of the notice that was sent out, the date it was sent out, absent a certified letter. That's how we show that we met that requirement, print off that list. And so that's probably about the most we would get. I would anticipate a similar list from the applicant.
Okay. Is there more discussion on the motion at hand? If there's no more discussion, we have a motion and a second to postpone decision until.
I think we want to use the word continue.
Continue? Yeah, continue is the right word.
Yeah, so that kind of helps us satisfy our notification.
So right now,
I think the statutory phrase was move to withhold.
Withhold.
Right?
Yep.
Move to withhold?
Move to withhold our decision.
Does that mean we rediscuss it on the next meeting, or just on hold for indefinitely until something?
We put a condition. When that condition's met, then decisions are made to take the next step.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
motion
so
and a second.
We got to vote.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay.
I'm still deciding.
I think at this point, you probably need to take a roll call vote.
Take a roll call. Start down here.
Aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
Aye. So, sounds like we are on hold for this decision.
I guess to be clear, so everyone in the room understands that there will be an agenda item with this item on next month's meeting.
So it will be back on the agenda.
Well, it'll be
next-
listed on the agenda, and then we'll give you the update.
It has to be. You can't use this statute to withhold
That's
indefinitely.
what I was going to say.
It has
That's
to be
why,
heard.
you know, continue is probably what I would have
And if
thought.
we
but-
determine it has to be heard before then, we'll notice up a special
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay. Okay, that's the end of that discussion. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Quicksilver Solar.
Maybe give us a couple minutes.
Couple minutes, okay?
South Elmo, freeway, 10 feet, and they overlap the right of way. They can overlap.
Make sure we're on the next agenda.
Overlap.
Okay. Give a notice. Meantime.
For a new conditional use? We good? Okay. This conditional use is similar to previous approvals. They are looking to include 750 acres that from additional parcels located next to their existing approvals. These parcels are not contiguous to each other, but are contiguous to previously approved conditional use applications for this similar use. It's made up of 6 parcels. The facility is anticipated to be at 170 megawatts. It's anticipated to be unmanned. It's in the MNG1 zone. There is 5 of the parcels include a restrictive covenant that prohibits the prohibits uses other than agricultural uses until such time as they can be made legal. There are possibilities for that to happen. The applicant can meet those requirements outside of this approval. They have the ability to make those corrections or make those adjustments to the parcels to be able to allow other uses besides agricultural uses. The top parcel is the only parcel that is identified as being legal. That parcel is also within both the Fairfield Annexation Policy Plan and also the Eagle Mountain Policy Plan. Both jurisdictions did receive notices regarding this application. The conditions set are similar to, are the same conditions used for the previous approvals that they have received. They are requesting an extension. The extension, as you were aware from the last application, are the approval of a conditional use now defaults to 3 years. And then there is the possibility of asking for one extension of up to 5 years. The 3-year approval can be extended based on findings from a planning commission that show that reasonable, I can't remember, substantial justice be done. So the applicant is asked for that, the conditional use to be extended. And I will let them speak to the reasons for that so that they can explain why they might need that extension for that initial approval. And then based on that, it would be up to the Planning Commission to decide whether or not to grant that extension. And if that was decided to be granted, we would need findings based on their comments to show the reason for that extension to be granted. Other than that, the application appears to meet all requirements of our land use ordinance, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those questions.
And staff recommendation is to approve then, meets all the requirements.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. The applicant, I think, let's hear from you.
Thanks, members of the commission.
And make sure you state your name.
My name is Greg Probst,
okay.
And I work with Quicksilver. And I'm just, in view of the hour, I'm going to make a very expedited presentation and basically focus in on the question of the extended period of time, the 5-year rather than the 3-year period under the newly adopted ordinance. We're primarily asking for the additional time because we feel that 3-year period is not going to be sufficient to get us through 2 critical steps. The first one is and both of these steps are totally outside of our control. The timing is controlled by the utility, essentially. The first is what they call a cluster study process that involves not only our project but several other projects, and it's going to take an extended period of time to finish, and we know that's already the case. The second is the construction time for facilities, power lines and breakers and so on and so forth, all the system upgrades that are required to accommodate our project. So once they get through the cluster study process, they make their findings, they determine the facilities that are going to be required, then we're going to have to acquire, pay for, do the design and installation. All of that takes time. And so we are very painfully aware that that one is going to take an extended period of time. And so rather than sort of having us in the position of having to know that we're going to have to come back on this project, we're basically asking for a little bit of additional time right away. Give us out to 2030 to get through this study process with the utility. Aside from that, I would just observe that this is a approved use, conditional use. The commission does have the authority to approve that. We believe that our project does meet the standards under the 16.94.C.1 through C20 of the Utah County Land Use Ordinance. And we'd second the recommendations from the staff, which has reviewed our application and I think has been proper and succinct in what they've asked for in terms of conditions that we'd have to apply or comply with. And essentially what we're doing is adding a number of steps that we would have to meet, undertake, and complete to the county's satisfaction before we obtained a building permit. And so this would cover such things as fire safety and roads and a number of other things that all are detailed in the staff recommendations. And we certainly have no problem with complying with any of those. We think they're all entirely proper, and we would intend to do so. So on that basis, we'd be happy to submit and answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for the applicant? Seems like we're all out of questions. Thank you.
Maybe, if I may,
there was a question.
What's this power going to be used for? Maybe it's in here. I can't remember. I read it.
We anticipate it's primarily going to be to service the various data centers that are currently being planned in the Eagle Mountain area. So there are several potential large power customers that we're in the process of negotiating with and working with to try and complete our project and provide their power. And you may recall from some of our past discussions that we originally started off as a smaller solar project. It then sort of evolved into a situation where it became clear that the PacifiCorp was not going to be able to meet our timing needs, not for us, but for our power customers, and they weren't going to be able to integrate our power into their system and provide the service to their customers until 2031. And so that's what has kind of led us to do several things. One is to expand the size of the solar. One is to add battery backup and expand the size of the battery backup. And the third is to add gas generation so that we can provide firm, round-the-clock, 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365 days a year power to our customers. And so we're working with those data center customers right now to conclude those arrangements.
And that gas was part of, sorry, microphone's off. The gas that you just talked about, that was part of the previous permit that we did the last time around, right?
Yep.
Right.
So this is more just an extension of the same.
Well, this is an extension really of the solar portion of the project, but it's really intended to be one integrated large project that will include the solar and the battery storage and the gas as needed to firm up that power for the customers, because that gives us the ability to provide it around the clock, not just when the sun is shining or when the battery has the stored sunlight, if you will, in the form of electric energy. But what we're doing is even when you have an extended period of stormy or cloudy weather, we can turn on the gas combustion turbines and provide the firm power that these facilities need. They can't have their power going up and down.
So yes, also to add to that, so there have been 5 separate approvals, 3 for different areas for solar production and 1 for the facility for natural gas. With that, there have been other applications for the addition of fuel and then also the height exception that they needed. So those have been the applications that they've submitted for this project for the surrounding area.
Can you remind me why weren't these included in a previous application?
The applicant can speak to that, but I think it has to do with property owners wanting to be included or additional properties that they've negotiated with that they didn't have before.
We've concluded additional deals with property owners, and some of our supporting property owners were kind enough to stay through these lengthy hearings tonight and, to indicate their support of the project, and we certainly appreciate their being here to support us. And they're the Carter Family Organization that's got 5 of these 6 parcels. So it's an important thing to their family.
So I have a couple of questions. So will you be utilizing existing Rocky Mountain Power infrastructure to deliver this power to the data centers?
It's our intent to start by being in a position to offer what they call behind-the-meter power and do a direct deal with the data center customers, pending Rocky Mountain Power's being in a position to provide the services that are required. But this is a constantly moving target, Commissioner. I'd have to just say honestly, the utility is constantly looking at its circumstances, and they're trying to figure out if there's not some way that they can accelerate forward this time. Because, to them, this is a huge opportunity as well to provide, and it's a big reputation thing as well to them, not being able to provide power to major commercial customers that need hundreds of megawatts and provide, massive tax incentives to the local jurisdictions and many jobs during during construction, so on and so forth. It's an extremely important matter to the local economy over, on the far side of the county. So, and of course, important to the county budget generally. But, we're confident that the situation is moving in the right direction. But just to say that Pacificor has a very difficult task. They're trying to do a lot of things, and so we're hopeful that they can accelerate forward that timing, and that maybe what we end up with is a little bit different of a commercial deal. But as we stand here right now, we don't know that. So we have to be in a position to provide firm power, not just solar power, and that's why we're doing a number of things.
And if that infrastructure comes into place, is there a potential that your power generation, the power you've generated, would go to other Rocky Mountain Power customers besides the data centers? I guess that'd be, you'd measure that with meters and stuff like that, but is there a potential that that could go back into their grid?
Yes. The way that it's measured, actually, if you're interconnected, the power will flow everywhere on their system. Physically, that cannot be prevented.
It's not a different color, is it?
No. Electrons are going to flow freely wherever the system allows. So that's just the fact of the matter. But what we're trying to do is to make those business opportunities possible for our customers. And frankly, I think it's a situation, and we're continuing discussions with Pacificor as well. So it's a complicated situation, and the legislature has gotten involved to try and push the situation along in a favorable fashion. It's not an easy subject on the part of anybody involved, but what we're trying to do is to do whatever is required in order to make those opportunities possible and feasible for these companies, and with all the economic development that implies. So,
any further questions? Thank you. Were all the adjacent property owners notified and everything?
There's public comment on this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is conditional use, so we did that.
Did have one, right? Yeah.
So we have a mailing list we could show you.
I can find it. Here it is. Mr. or Mrs. Ortega.
Yeah, that's us.
That's you guys.
Yeah, we received one.
Okay, come up to the microphone if you can.
Sorry, I'm short. Okay, so promise to be here too.
You can state your name as well.
Xiao Li Ortega.
Teddy.
Xiao Li, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we received that. We're the property owner right below that last one. That's the property. You see the blue? Yes, below it. Yes. We're the property owner there. Yes. Or locked in. You see what I mean? I am locked in by this project like this, and then the other project by that. So I want to have a way to enter my land. I just put up a high tunnel greenhouse. I was going to do agriculture. And I was doing there last week, and then we ran into someone, I think is working for on your project probably, doing survey or whatever. We're setting up the greenhouse. Someone just drive by us like on our property. This is on our property. Really quick. And usually in that area, you rarely see other people. So when people see each other, they wave or say hi, but this one didn't. They just came really aggressively, feels like a pass us and did not see anything, and then turn around. And I don't know after that where they went. But the next time we were there to finish the project, he were flying the drones over our property. And it's the second time he fly the drones just right above us. We're doing there setting up the greenhouse, just right looking at us. We're just looking at him, you know, what are you looking at us for? We're doing things on our property. But I was first time noticed by them last year, or a year ago, from a real estate agent, probably is working with them. He told me that he was interested in our property. And wanted to see if we want to lease it. But the offer he gave us is really, really low, really, really low. That because I have another property, just next to it, and that was giving on. But I was 2023. I was in this situation because I was noticed because I was adjacent the property, and I came to a meeting like this in this same room. That's when I learned, oh, somebody's putting solar farms there. And I asked him, what do I do then? Because the borders my property. He put us on the project. The deal's much better than we were offered on this one. They rented the parcel on the right, okay? So that's why I'm saying I'm locked in this way. But with this one, I'm locked this way now. This street is right like that. There's no access from the west. We've been going in from the east, from the Saratoga Springs, and going in. But when these two projects come in, I won't be able to access from the east side. And then if you go to, there's another picture that shows, well, they approved. You see that they have all the way to Fairfield from my land there. There's no way I can go in from the east because they're going to fence up everything. And I noticed actually the fence is going to be right on the property line. I think there's a setback because I learned from other company you should be doing setback so I can go through it. But this one seems like it's just right on. And on that picture, it's on my iPad. It shows the setback, or for example, if the property line is here, they put the panels here, so that's they put the fence here. Here's the property line. They put a fence here, so there's space for their owner. But for me, is right on the property line. And then I don't have. It's so clear. Yes, that's the one that you can see. There's a space between the property line and the fence, but on the lowest. On the bottom, my side, there's right on. And
so how do you currently access your property?
I do it from, you want to talk about that? How would we access now?
Over, I think it's Coyote Pass right now, so.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'll stand.
So have they blocked your current access?
Are you
No,
an
they have
island?
not.
Current
yet,
in that,
no.
no, but once they put in the fence, it would be.
Yeah. But more worrisome than that is looking at the setbacks, right? So I've read through their paper that says where their setbacks are going to be. It says 50 feet, which is 30 feet outside the fence, 20 feet for a road inside the fence, and then that's where their panels start. And then there's outside the fence, there's supposed to be 12 feet. That's where they've taken all the vegetation off so that things don't burn. However, like when we were looking through other things, the border with our land has a 10-foot setback, which of course would mean that at a minimum, their 12-foot vegetation is going to cross into our land at a minimum. Whereas on, you've got all these other sides that have these larger setbacks. And then, of course, that, my dealings with them up until this point have been very unpleasant through their various affiliates. Pardon me, I'm getting a little upset, but their agent was extremely rude to my wife. He was extremely pushy. The offers we got they were like those ones you get in the mail for your house, the fake checks. They were about that level. Compared.
I found one in the
anyway.
as a public much better.
So I guess where I'm going with this, plus the whole drone incident, is based on my previous experience. When I saw the drawings not matching what was written, I got very concerned. I'm like, well, what are they going to do here? Are they going to push right up to the edge? Are they going to be pushing into my property because they think they can? They have not been respectful at all compared to other people who have talked to me. Like, they're not the first, they're the last, right? We've probably talked to half a dozen people because we're in a spot where everybody wants land. So there's that. But I mean, I understand that sometimes you get boxed in. I don't like it. I would like to have other ways to access it, but that's a whole other issue that I'm sure isn't your problem necessarily. But that whole, the discrepancy there kind of bothers me. The claims that it's not going to affect my property values, that's in their document. If it's not going to affect my property values, how come the agent felt like he had the ability to lowball me on offers, right? It was
insulting.
Yeah, it was significantly less than other people had offered already. So that's
they're less than their own too.
Yeah,
I saw an example of their own lease with other parties. It's much better.
And it's not like I'm looking to sell or looking to make a ton of money or anything. But I also, on the other hand, I don't care about billionaires building data centers to spy on me. I really don't. I just want to use my land for my thing, and I've run into enough times already, not here, not in Utah County, but other places where people put the fence, and then all of a sudden I got to spend a ton of money to get a tiny bit of land back, and I'm worried, right? I see a bunch of steps that to me look like a pattern that is going to get very expensive for me very quickly. And it's those inconsistencies that bother me more than anything else. And my wife has different concerns, but those are mine.
So the setback would be for a structure, I think, right? But they could put a fence right on the property line, right?
Yes.
Right.
But outside the fence, they plan to put 12 feet of
Beavesman or whatever.
Yeah, well, 12 feet of something.
So set the fence back 12 feet from their property line?
Well, so their document describes a situation where their panels start, right? And then after the panels, there's a 20-foot wide road, and then there's a fence, and then there's a 12-foot area where they've taken out the vegetation. They also described, though, a 50-foot setback so between the panels
and the fence
and the other properties that don't belong to them. That's in a different spot, but it's
but they keep referring back to each other.
So
However,
I'm really confused.
Okay.
Are they going to make any improvements or touch your property at all?
That's what I'm worried about, right?
Well, they can't.
Well, their document says one thing, their drawing says another thing.
But they can't.
Okay. Well, how do?
I mean, if they do, then you call the cops and say they're trespassing.
Okay. Well, and if I can do that, that would be great. Because
It's your land,
Okay.
and they can't use your land without your permission.
I would like that. And then I will remember that the next time they have their guys driving around
He
me
did
in
several
pickup
times
trucks
already.
and flying drones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Appreciate
have.
that.
I don't know if you have a right to airspace, but
Well, I mean, if they're flying them right over me, I guess I could just, duck hunt them or something. I don't know.
we know what they do in Alabama with
Yeah.
those drones.
Yeah.
Documentation, though, take pictures.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, they're just spinning around us and zipping back and forth on my
never said a
property
hi.
through my area.
But that's not something we can address here.
Right. But I'm more worried about making sure that that document matches what they do.
Which document?
So this thing
Their
here.
application.
Their application.
Their application claims one
Description.
thing, but it doesn't match the drawing.
Yeah.
And there's a section in the drawing where they've got it right up on the end.
Sir,
If you put
we
the
need you by the
fence-
microphone so
Oh,
it's picked
sorry.
up for
Sorry.
the record.
If they follow the description in the document, but they put the fence on the property line, then they won't be following the description in the document because at a minimum, they won't have that 12 feet.
Well, so the approval is going to be based on the submission.
Okay.
And so if they do it different than the submission, then we have
There's
folks that can stop them
So
from
you
doing
could,
it that
okay,
way.
so that's good to know because we've dealt with this in a different place where they said, well, we'll approve it, but then really you can do what you want afterwards. So if that's how you guys do things here, that's way better than other places where I've been at planning commissions where they
Well,
said,
I think that's how we try.
Yeah, there will, at a point that they want to secure a building permit for the facility, they'll have to submit plans, including a site plan. We'll check that site plan to make sure that it complies with any conditions of approval here, our land use ordinance, our setback requirements, that they represent that they are, utilizing property that they have control of.
Yeah, that's not in front of us. We don't
So-
decide that, right?
Correct. I mean, there might be a site, the site plan associated with this application, just to kind of show a layout, but.
Right.
This
But
would
we're
not be
not
the building.
approving setbacks.
No.
Those are already set forth.
Yeah, even if their plans didn't meet the setback in a document, they would have to meet, they would have to meet those. They'd have to amend that and show that they meet the setback requirements.
So they're proposing to exceed our minimum setback for a facility like this. Their proposal includes the 50-foot setback in the documentation that they submitted. As stated, they anticipate having a 12-foot wide buffer from their property line to the fence. Inside the fence, they describe a 20-foot wide perimeter fire access road. That's what he's talking about. The site. So if you want to maintain that, you can add a condition to maintain it as per their submittal. If that, because they are exceeding what our ordinance requires.
So we just put that as a condition in addition to the staff recommendation that they stick to their proposal.
Yeah, you could just make sure that it's clear that it needs to be adjacent, so any non-adjacent parcels that are not part of the facility would have to meet that setback requirement or setback as per their submittal.
We can impose a stricter setback than the ordinance?
If it's a detrimental effect that you want to, but they are volunteering that that's what they're going to do.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything that requires them to maintain access to a property that they surround? Or if they're cutting off the existing access to a property?
No, I mean, if there's no occupied structure that has rights associated with that meet our requirements, generally access is a private issue. But I think we have addressed that in these similar situations.
It seems like it.
Yeah, I seem to remember that.
Correct. So we have required access roads for the ones that are completely surrounded. by the facility in previous approvals. However, as Bryce said, those access to individual properties are a private agreement between property owners to work out, and we have not made requirements for that.
Is the project that, is there another project that's right adjacent? Is that the issue? And
There's not one immediately adjacent. There's a similar or a solar site that's farther south, but there's still distance between those two.
There's one that starts right at the kitty corner, and then it heads south. So it's you see the blue one,
East.
the bottom blue square.
So you'd have this Quicksilver project to your north, and there's another project to your east or to the west. Sorry.
Yeah, Frogtown starts a little bit to the east, and it goes south, and it's pretty big too.
All right. Well, thank you. Is there any more questions?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay.
You're not losing your access.
Mm-hmm.
You can still get to your property. You're not landlocked.
Yet.
Will be.
Yeah,
right?
if they both go in, then we would be. Because we would be landlocked.
But they can't, see, that's why I'm confused.
They touch on a corner.
But you're not prevented from accessing your land.
Right now, I'm not.
Even if both projects go in.
How would I get in?
So.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I don't know.
then
I don't
would-
drive out there.
I'll
I don't have a
explain
drone.
that. When the project goes in, then this project will be on my north side, right?
I understand that.
And then the other ones like that, they would
But
touch.
they can't take a public road. So how do you get to your property?
There's no roads out there.
So you don't have a right now to access your
But
property.
we come in, actually, we do come in from some trails. I don't know if they're on the map, but people have been blocking them off, so I have no idea if they count or not. They're named, they're trails, they're not maintained roads. That's what's typically out there.
Can we pull up a satellite view of it?
Yeah, go ahead. And I can
pull
point out all the ones that
Department of Defense here?
Also that I would hope that you can read in their application, the part they talk about in compliance with the ordinance. They're talking about the setbacks. It's very confusing to us. My husband and I, we discussed that. What do they really mean here? Is the 12 feet on this side or this side? I hope I try to understand what they are really. See, that's why I want to be here today and to find out what their real plan is. For now, we're basically landlocked from the west side. The only way to access is from the east. But this project going in, it'll be block the whole east side because there's other projects as well. I was looking into the offer they made, but the offer was, like I said, it's kind of ridiculous. And then they said I must sell the land to them if I want to be part of the project.
So you own the parcel
own
directly
two parcels.
south.
Those ones, yeah, right in the south.
We own two parcels.
And those parcels are kitty corner to each other.
The ones we own are the one. If you go, scroll up a little bit.
We'll to left, right.
Scroll up.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, south. Go south.
South down,
South,
right,
just a little
right.
bit.
South.
A little further.
There you go.
Okay, a little bit more. Okay, so you see the ones that are all you've got.
0004.
Yeah, so it's the one right underneath that blue one in the middle.
West.
Sorry, go west.
Go west.
Go west.
That
one
one?
more.
Yeah, that one.
Right
That
there.
one. There you
That
go.
one.
Right. Yeah. And,
That one's yours, and
That one's mine, and then the one next to it is also ours. The one to my right there.
The other,
So
the other way.
the big one.
that one.
Yeah.
So both 162
Right.
acres-ish.
Yeah, and somebody's buying up all the other ones, and I think he's got similar plans for similar things, but we'll have to deal with that later. There used to be some access that would come in above that one that's striped, but that's been blocked. Somebody's put up a fence and a bunch of big railroad ties in it. There used to be another one further north, probably the same guy, has buried a car up there. And these were old ways in that we were using for years.
There's some on the west.
Yeah, and so we've been coming in from the west, which is a longer trip, or those are from the west, I'm sorry. So above that stripy guy there, the big one with the stripes. We were coming in that way, and then we'd go around the bottom to get to ours. Now we come in from the other side, from the state land. You know, if you go past the shooting range and just go south, you can go south until the road turns, and then we come up over the top and just go straight in from there.
Okay.
With Frogtown gobbling up all the bottom and them coming down from the top, that becomes a worry. And I think there's other people planning other things that haven't come to you yet. So,
Okay.
But it's, you know, that I don't like that. Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with it. But I'm also just worried about things like in my experience, when documents have things in them that don't match each other, I usually get the short end of the stick. So I want to make sure that there's something that can at least be said ahead of time so that, you know, it's not as expensive as it has to be.
So just to summarize then, it seems to me there are two concerns here.
Yes.
One is your access to your property.
Correct.
And your second is that the applicant comply with the setback standards of the county.
Right.
Okay. So we can require the applicant to comply with the setback requirements.
Okay. I appreciate that.
And the county has the ability to enforce that.
Okay.
Okay. As far as access is concerned, you got to get your own access.
Right, yeah.
And I'd be talking to my neighbors and buying an easement.
Yeah. Okay.
And setback would only be to the structure, not to a fence. So they could put a fence right on the edge of their property, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Could. I know they've said they wouldn't, or they give 12 feet to the fence or
Right.
whatever, but
Right.
but at any rate, the setback is only to a structure, to a building, right? Or to the solar panel structure, I guess, that you're going to build. So, I guess at the end of the day, they could put a fence right along their property line, and
Well, that's fine. They don't
actually
want
that'd be
their-
nice, because then they wouldn't be driving like crazy, right?
But I can't get in.
Well, we'll figure that out.
But I
That's a
think
different
you're right
problem.
as far as the access. At least right now, you know, I think we've worried about properties up further north that are right in the middle of this project that are actually landlocked, and they had agreed back then that they would preserve a road access for them. And I don't know if there was an access agreement or whatever, but they've agreed to. So you can see there's actually a little road or something on that property up in the middle of this project. But right now, you're not landlocked, so it's
not
kind of
yet.
on you
Right.
to get your access
So
figured
once
out.
they get this approved, they will be doing this. I want to make sure that those things are addressed, or we're on the same page. I understand it.
I suppose what we're saying is that we can't control private property usage as far as an access goes. We can protect access that's already there, like an established road.
Okay. Then the third question would be, this would how much would this really destroy the value of my properties, right? 'Cause I can't use it almost.
I can't hear you.
I said, I understand what you're saying, but there's two concerns we have. Once they put in the project, how much would the value of my property would be dropped? I mean, I know they did a study in this application, but they said that conclusion is it won't affect it. It won't affect your value. They said, I think this, they said they won't affect the value, but I cannot imagine how it will not affect my value. I can't even get there.
But the challenge the question before this commission is, does this application comply with county ordinances? That's the question we're answering.
Right.
So the valuation question is not something that we deal with.
Yeah. In other words, we heard it earlier today, a detrimental impact can't be the property value. It can be health, it can be hazard, it can be, I don't know what all the other things we've heard, but it can't be that my property value got impacted.
Well, I'm not saying doesn't affect you.
Yeah, I'm not, for
we're
sure.
not saying that at all, but that's not anything within our power.
From the last project, I heard something called what, good neighborhood agreement or something. That means the
Good neighbor agreement?
yeah, good
Yes.
neighbor agreement.
Uh-huh.
I think a good company would practice that. We were offered that with the last project. That's what I'm saying. We were offered that.
Yeah, I was just mostly worried about that whole thing, whether they were, because they're, yeah. If they
Yeah, so
put
if you
it on
have
the
questions
fence,
about what standards are imposed on the applicant,
That's my
then,
question,
then I
yeah.
think you can meet with
And
the
I think we
staff.
have, okay.
And then that would be who you talk to if you think they're not compliant with the,
Okay.
with
Yeah,
what they do.
that's what I would like to know, is like,
Yeah.
if I come out there and the behavior that I've seen continues. who
It's
do I
not
talk to?
behavior, it's location of improvements and compliance with the,
Okay.
with the approved site plan.
Okay, so behavior, I go to somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who would you suggest that they talk to if there are land use disputes? Which department handles that kind of thing?
I don't think we get into that. I don't think the county gets into, I mean, if there's a zoning, if there's a land use violation, then we
Mhm.
enforce those. If there's a trespass or something, then the sheriff would get involved. But that's about it, from what I've heard.
So if they're saying that the applicant isn't operating as they should, then they can talk to you.
Yeah, they
as
can
long as
come
it's not more like you're driving across our land.
Right.
And then they should go to the sheriff's office.
Yeah, they need, if they want to ensure that the proposal is meeting applicable and approved requirements, they can come talk to us.
Okay.
For sure.
There you go.
All right. For me.
Thank you for coming and giving comment. It is helpful for us to hear this.
Well, we're very frustrated because when I bought the land, I did not expect this to happen at all. It's happening now. I only bought it like a year before the other project came in. So I feel we're destroyed basically. But I hope it's not approved, but I hope, because it's so close to the city, you know, but the whole area is gonna occupied by the solar panels.
Yeah, and so we're gonna move on, but and the main thing is our hands are tied on what we can rule on, and right now there's nothing in front of us that is a detrimental impact that we can use to change this application's request that I've heard. So, okay, is there any more question or discussion from the commission? Any questions for staff? So if I understand this right, we're adding some more parcels to your project and your permit for solar.
This is a separate approval. This is a separate application from the other ones, but yes, it's adjacent to
Okay.
the entire project.
Three additional properties, but then also extending the permit on the prior?
So they're requesting that the extension, the allowed extension of 3 years be extended to 5 years to 2030, and the
On all
findings-
the other, on the prior?
No,
Oh, just on
it's
this
only
one?
on this one.
Just on these three parcels that
Correct.
we're, okay.
So, and so the findings that you should make are based on the cluster study process, and the construction of utility improvements is what they, if you're inclined to grant that, those are the findings you should include in your.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion to be made?
Yes, I'll make a motion. I move to approve the application for the, I move to approve the conditional use application CU 2025-06 for the request for solar energy facility as an electric power generation plant, and move to, with that motion, adopt the 9 findings of the staff that is found on section 5 of the staff recommendation, and that would include number 9, which is the termination date be extended to August 19th, 2030.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That's unanimous. Okay, we have, is D an item or is something to decide on? What's D? Agricultural protection area?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, this is probably the longest item of the night, so I apologize, but
It's what?
this is gonna be the longest item of the night.
Okay.
By that, I mean shortest.
Promises.
So state code requires whenever an agricultural protection area is created, meaning the commission has approved it and recorded it, that also needs to be recorded with the planning commission. And so the way we've handled that is to bring it as an agenda item. I'll read this information into our minutes so we have record of it. So on July 9th, the 2025, the Utah County Commission approved the creation of the Relief Mine Company 2025 Agricultural Protection Area, 175 acres east of Salem along the bench there. So that came before you for a recommendation, if you recall, several months ago. So just wanted to read that in the record to officially notify you that's been created.
And so that's all we need to just read
That's
it in the
it.
record, and we don't need to vote on anything or make a motion or anything. Okay, good. Other business?
We've decided to continue that, maybe have that discussion next month.
Should we?
When we get to that, just remember some of the experiences from tonight.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to address.
Well, we
Kind of
will be
what-
meeting again in a month, and would we want this new resolution to be our guide, or do we
Yeah,
want the
it'd be
old
hard
one
to
to be
kinda
our guide
change.
again?
Yeah. But anyway, just kind of remember kind of some of the things that I've experienced tonight and kind of what we're trying to accomplish with this to kind of make these meetings a little more efficient and productive for you.
Yeah.
So yeah. we'll
Item
just-
number E, does it require a public hearing?
No, it's just a resolution. It's your own resolution, so we can just go ahead and review that next month if that's
Do we
okay.
want to, does someone want to make a motion to continue this, or do we want to decide on this? Do we want to talk about this further in the next meeting?
I move that we continue it till the next meeting.
Yeah.
Been moved and
Second.
seconded to continue item E
Again.
on the resolution to the next meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. The meeting is adjourned.
So